You've achieved status of you can say what you want. You're kind of like Charles Barkley and who else out there?
I don't know about that one. I don't know about that one. All right. Our telephone number is 248-539-9797. Amazing. I edited it correctly. Coming up next, coaches rankings. What do you think? 97 on the ticket.
And we're brought to you by 24 Seconds Bar and Grill. Tigers have now won 6 of 7 after yesterday's 10-1 blowout at Cleveland. Jack Flaherty goes 6 innings, allowing only 1 run and 2 hits. He gets to win. Carson Kelly goes deep for his 7th homer. Riley Green and Gio Urshela driving in 3 runs. Shohei Ohtani and the LA Dodgers in town for 3 starting tonight at 6:40. Right here on 97 on the ticket. Tarek Skubal pitching tonight for Detroit. Tigers now 45-49. After finishing 3rd in NFL Coach of the Year voting last year, Lions' Dan Campbell ranked as the 8th best coach in the NFL by CBS Sports, one behind Jim Harbaugh of the Chargers. The Chiefs' Andy Reid was ranked number 1. Lions opened training camp for rookies on Saturday, July 20th. Veterans report the following week. Meanwhile, the Red Wings signed first-round draft pick number 15 overall forward Michael Brandzeg-Nygaard to a 3-year deal worth just under $3 million. From the Cornwall Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeff Lesson. For more, 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Two four eight 539-9797 is the telephone number. Carson Anderson coming up at 10. Mike Enrico coming up after that. Yeah. By the way, I'm in with Valenti next week, Monday through Thursday.
Oh, a 4-day stretch there.
Yeah, and I'm not sure what day, but the annual Stoney and Wojo drop tournament will take place during one of the shows.
Oh, all right.
Mm-hmm.
Do we know who the candidates are yet?
Well, I think this could be the first time where an inanimate object actually wins.
Oh, the chair?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, but I don't know. I haven't even put much thought into it yet. Anyway, CBSSports.com has a ranking, and Jeff Lesson's been mentioning it during the update, coaching rankings in the National Football League.
Mm-hmm.
Dennis Allen of the New Orleans Saints he's last, and the category for him is unproven or underwhelming, and he's underwhelmed.
Yes,
and a lot of the other ones are first-year guys who haven't done anything yet because it's their first gig. Although Robert Saleh is 29th.
Yeah, well, I mean, self-inflicted wounds there. They went after Aaron Rodgers, and that has not worked out.
It's a huge year for him. Look, if Rodgers stays healthy and is okay, I don't expect him to be an MVP, but he could be really, really good still. They could be really, really good because they got weapons, they got a defense. Everything's up to the weirdo. It's just the way it is.
Yeah, and it's interesting because in the middle of the list, you always think, Super Bowl coaches, they would probably be ranked near the top. Mm-hmm. But you've got Sean Payton coming in at 18 and Mike McCarthy, who's now the coach of the Dallas Cowgirls, coming in at 17.
Look, Peyton was obviously always...
Peterson at 16.
Yeah, Peyton has always been thought of as being such a great coach. I think the way he handled some situations last year in Denver and in year one were ridiculous. And you like guys being honest, but the things he said about like Nathaniel Hackett and things like that, and then
the whole, a little too honest.
Yeah, I think the whole Russell Wilson deal, that was kind of lame. McCarthy, look, he's got to be coaching for his job this year, you would think, but with Jerry, you never know.
That's the wild card because was it Garrett was there for nearly a decade.
Yes.
And had much of the same track record, if not the exact same track record as McCarthy.
Except McCarthy's won a Super Bowl.
In the previous life.
Right.
Just not with them.
Right.
But then you start getting down the list, and you start at the top 10. You get, just outside the top 10. Kevin O'Connell is at 12, and last year was rough because he lost his starting quarterback.
Correct.
I think the world of Kevin O'Connell as a coach, as an offensive mind, and what he was able to even do by, basically scrounging around and trying to find 3 other quarterbacks that started. I thought he did a great job. Mike McDaniel comes in at 11, still needs a playoff win.
Right. He's been, look, 2 years, 2 trips to the playoffs.
Yeah, 2 losses. Kevin Stefanski at 10 with the Cleveland Browns. Sean McDermott with the Bills. I'm actually kind of surprised he's as high as he is. Because with Josh Allen and a loaded roster for the last few years, now I think this is a very pivotal year for him simply because he's going to have to show what type of chops he has as a coach. They don't have the same roster. They still have Josh Allen, but not as much talent.
Correct.
On either side of the ball. So he's at, 9? 8 is our very own Dan Campbell.
At first blush, I think that's a little underrated. Well, but let's see who else is in front of them before we say that,
right? And
their track record.
All right, so I'm going to start at the top and work our way down to Dan Campbell, number 1 coach in the NFL right now, and I don't know that you can really argue this, is Andy Reid with the Chiefs.
Correct.
Sean McVay at 2. With the Rams. We know he's got that recent Super Bowl under his belt.
Correct. Look, he's been to a Super Bowl and won, obviously.
Lost some talent and was able to get back to the playoffs last year, which we know ended here in Detroit, which was very fun. Mm-hmm. Kyle Shanahan at 3. Number of bites at the apple as a coordinator, but now 2 as a head coach, getting to the Super Bowl, but always coming up a little bit short. John Harbaugh, our first Harbaugh on the list, comes in at 4.
I think that's accurate. I mean, look, he's won a Super Bowl, but they haven't really done anything in the playoffs for a while.
It has been a while. He has taken a quarterback in Lamar Jackson and has been able to create an offense that fits him specifically. And I think if Lamar Jackson had gone to a number of other teams, he's probably still a good quarterback, but I don't know that he is as good without the guidance. And he's changed coordinators along the way as well, but he's always had a vision for what the offense should be, and the offense should be, and they're always in contention.
Yes. Oh, he's a very good coach.
Yeah.
But that's why I see him where he is at 4.
Here's where I think you start to get into some more debate. And I'm going to give you 5, 6, and 7 because we know Dan Campbell is already at 8. Number 5 on this list is in division. That's Matt LaFleur with the Green Bay Packers. Mike Tomlin comes in at 6 with the Steelers. And number 7 is one Jim Harbaugh. Do you have any issue that Dan Campbell is sitting behind LaFleur, Tomlin, or Harbaugh, being Jim?
First blush, I said yes, but because I don't look at Matt LaFleur as a great coach, but then you start and think about what they did last year, and he's made some precarious decisions. The one with Aaron Rodgers got all pissed off at him at the playoff game a couple of years ago.
Right.
But they were pretty damn good this past season with Jordan Love at their quarterback. Not great wide receivers. He's really I think he's an underrated coach. But I'd put Tomlin ahead of him.
I would put Tomlin ahead of him as well, even with the fact that, in what he's been able to do with the consistency and, over 18 years as head coach. And for a long time, he had one of the league's better quarterbacks in Ben Roethlisberger. But he's been able to cobble together seasons of being able to make it to the playoffs with the likes of Mitch Trubisky. Or was it Mason Rudolph
Well, I think you've got to look at achievements. You can't dismiss achievements. John Harbaugh won a Super Bowl. They compete every year.
Yep.
They rarely stink. When's the last time the Ravens or Steelers picked in the top 5? I mean, it's just what they've established. They're winners, and Campbell just hasn't been here long enough to put him ahead. Doesn't mean that he can't pass them. Right.
Yeah.
I think with Jim Harbaugh, it's the same thing. He's been to a Super Bowl. He turned around a Niner team immediately and took them to the NFC Championship game the first year.
He's 5-3 in the playoffs.
Yeah, and look, I think it would almost maybe who would you rather have? That's a debate. Because I don't. The thing is, we don't know what Campbell's going to accomplish. The sample size for him is so much smaller. To me, the debate is LaFleur. He's in division. Do the Lions have the best coach in the division or not? And LaFleur's accomplishments might outweigh Campbell again because of longevity with the championship game. He got there and lost. He's been to more playoffs, but he's been there longer. And he also had Aaron Rodgers at the get-go, and he inherited a pretty good team.
So they've both made questionable decisions to a lot of people in big playoff games against San Francisco.
Yeah, but let's weigh these out. So the Lions, it's the do you kick or not? And to me, that was a healthy debate.
Right.
What Matt LaFleur did when he decided to kick a field goal inside the 10-yard line with just over 2 minutes to go and think that he's going to stop Brady 3 and out, was a really, really big deal. And I got to tell you, I think I would take Campbell over LaFleur. But I think it's close.
Yeah, I would too. And I think Harbaugh, the only question you have on Harbaugh is how much did going from the 49ers to Michigan for a long period of time.
A decade.
Yeah. How much did he lose NFL-wise coming back?
Right, how much changed?
Yes.
And so I played for Joe Gibbs the second time around. Now, the difference in that is that, one, it was 22 years versus a decade, but there was a change in free agency. There was so much that's changed in the business of football before Joe Gibbs came back a second time in Washington. And I didn't know him the first time. I know, obviously they won some Super Bowls, but there is a lot that changes in a decade. Now, he wasn't out of football like Joe Gibbs was out of football. So I'm just not ready to say that you instantly put Jim Harbaugh in the NFL and he's a top 6 or 7 coach. I need to see it again.
Let me ask you a question, okay? Did Matt LaFleur accomplish more with less than Dan Campbell? Now, the Lions went one round further, right?
Yeah.
They both lost to the same team. The Packers won in Dallas on the road, and you could arguably say the Lions were more talented than the Packers last year, correct?
Yeah, I think they're more talented than the Packers this year.
So the Packers kind of did the same with less talent, even though they didn't go as far. You know what I'm saying?
Well, yeah, okay, so they both lost to San Francisco, but Detroit was up 17.
I know.
At one point in that game,
right.
And I don't remember the exact details of the Packers San Francisco game, but I don't think they were ever up 17.
But I know, but
they ended up both losing.
But blowing a 17-point lead might be in the demerit column for Dan Campbell. I personally would rather have Dan Campbell, and the reason is simple. I believe that the 53-man roster would rather play for Dan Campbell than play for Matt LaFleur. And that's not an anti-Matt LaFleur. It's more of a plus on Dan Campbell. 248-539-9797. Is Dan Campbell the best coach in the NFC North? 97 won the ticket.
Hey, when it comes to managing your finances, you need a bank that gets you and is genuinely interested in your success. That's why I bank with First Merchants Bank. Whether it's your business banking or day-to-day personal banking, First Merchants Bank is 100% interested in helping you prosper. First Merchants bankers are attentive. They take the time to get to know you, sit down with you, ask you as many questions as they can, and find out what it is that you need from the bank. And they're going to build a financial plan that fits your unique situation. And when you make the switch to First Merchants Bank, you're also going to get access to their highly rated mobile banking app with innovative personal finance tools. Plus, they're deeply connected to the community's needs because it's their community as well, and they volunteer and donate to local causes on a regular basis to ensure that we all prosper together. This is the difference of 100% interest in you. For a better banking experience, visit firstmerchants.com. That's firstmerchants.com. First Merchants Bank, helping you prosper. Member FDIC, equal housing lender.
All right. 2 spots. DTE Energy. Number 1. As the summer heat continues to turn up, DTE Energy is here to help you keep your energy bills cool with these sizzling tips. First, keep your air conditioning unit shaded. And they play tonight. The Dodgers in town. Go see Shohei. Supposedly, these games are close to sellouts all weekend long. People want to see Ohtani.
Cool.
All right. Dan Campbell is ranked 8th in the list by CBSSports.com. Top coaches in the National Football League. Jim Harbaugh, 7th. Sixth, Mike Tomlin. Fifth is Matt LaFleur. By the way, Kevin O'Connell, the Vikings, is 12th.
Yeah.
And as far as the rest of the other team in the division, Matt Eberflus of the Chicago Bears is in the 20s somewhere. So he is 26th.
So everything from 13 and above. 13 was D'Amico Ryans in his second year with the Houston Texans. We know what they did the last year of, the year before they were horrific and had a good draft, obviously go 10-7 in the regular season, make the playoffs, win a playoff game with a rookie quarterback. So he obviously is rocketing up this list. Mm-hmm. But everything 13 and above, they say, is Class A. It's the best of the game. Mm-hmm. And I'm not going to sit here and complain that Dan Campbell is 8, because once you start getting near the top of this list,
it's just little things.
Yeah, you're splitting hairs. The only question I have is Jim Harbaugh. I need to see it. I don't think you just get to be away from the NFL game for 10 years and then all of a sudden you're inserted as one of the best coaches.
Right, especially when you have one of the top quarterbacks too. Campbell. Here's what they said about Dan Campbell, by the way. Campbell, who also went 5-7 as the Dolphins interim in 2015, opened his Motown career as more of a mascot than a game changer, given a wind-deprived Lions club some surface-level zeal. As time has gone on, however, his unflinching aggression has seeped throughout the organization, pairing perpetual boldness with a gradually improved roster. His commitment to the bit may have contributed to the Lions' heartbreaking 2023 finish, but it also advanced the club to the point of being an actual contender. I think that's pretty fair, to be quite honest with you. Although
I don't think it's a commitment to a bit.
No, the one thing, though, is that the roster, I think, is a little bit better than this author implies. Right? He says a gradually improved roster. I think it improved more than gradually, if you ask me.
Well, it was gradually improved over 3 years, now going on 4.
True. I get that. All right, here we go. Here's some ticket text. DC should be ahead of Jim Harbaugh, but not the others. You need to look at the list as if something happened to DC. Would you take the guys ranked above him as your coach? The answer is yes. Jim Harbaugh is essentially unproven in the NFL. What he did almost 10 years ago is irrelevant. The game is vastly different. No way he should be that high. Tony at Oxford.
I agree.
Harb's being ranked without coaching a game in the NFL 10 years is just a pander to the Walmart shoppers. Okay. There's a lot of the Walmart shoppers who are very happy that he's gone, by the way.
Mm-hmm.
And this is actually true, but I didn't think it came out this way. I love how Stoney almost said Ron Jeremy instead of Ron Burgundy.
Yes. No, I caught that as well. I let that one slide.
I just said Burgundy. This isn't rocket science, guys. Dan Gamble, worst record was 3-13 versus LaFleur, whose worst record is 8-9. This love for Campbell is hilarious that he has a loaded team and blew a 17-point lead when it mattered the most. He's an average coach with an elite offense. That's Hans, the Uber driver. Okay. Yeah, but what was Green Bay's roster when LaFleur took it over?
Right, it was Aaron Rodgers.
Yeah.
You had yourself a Hall of Fame quarterback.
That you can't compare. You can sit there and argue that he blew a 17-point lead and have a great offensive coordinator. You can argue that. You cannot bring up 3-13 versus LaFleur at 8-9 based upon the roster in their first years.
I think a big LaFleur criticism too is losing kind of must-win games at home. I mean,
yes.
We brought up the Tampa NFC Championship game. Well, that was Brady, even though he made a boneheaded error in it. But he lost. Who was that?
What was that?
Am I getting cheered for that? I mentioned Brady.
Well done. Well done. Yes, it must have been Siri.
They had a must-win game against the Lions.
Well, the Niners, the year before the Lions, the divisional game at home where they scored opening drive and didn't score again, or maybe he got a field goal, something like that, and lost on a block punt. Yeah. How would the Lions like to lose at home? That's 2 playoff home losses, by the way, I've listed. Dan Campbell hasn't done that. He has 2 home wins. And then how about, the Lions game? A must-win to get in the playoffs at home. 3 must-wins at home.
Yes.
3 playoff-type games at home. 0-3 in one of the great home field advantages in the league.
That's for sure. LaFleur had a stretch of multiple seasons when he didn't lose back-to-back games. I think LaFleur did more with less last season. They are both players, coaches, but I'll give it to you. The guys really seem to love Campbell. Full disclosure, I'm a Packer honk, but Campbell's a heck of a coach.
I think this year you're really going to get a chance to see both coaches, and you'll be able to judge more than ever, because now I always wanted to know what Matt LaFleur was going to be without Aaron Rodgers. And if he's able to develop a quarterback in Jordan Love and put together an offense that, yes, now you have Josh Jacobs, and is he able to put together a deep playoff run, maybe even win the division with Jordan Love, versus where Dan Campbell is going into the season? Most people will agree that I think the Lions roster is more talented and it's deeper than what they have in Green Bay.
Last ticket text. Dan Campbell's the best players coach in the NFC. I'm not sure about the best head coach in general, though. However, Ben Johnson's the best OC in the NFC, if not the entire NFL, and that should be the talking point here. Does Dan Campbell do as good a job without Ben Johnson? I'm not sure.
Well, he is the one that hired Ben Johnson. He's the one that moved on from Anthony Lynn in year one.
Right,
things got better. He was the one calling the offense, and then he ultimately hired Ben Johnson, and he's been able to keep him.
Yes. Ben Johnson was here before he got here, but not as OC.
Right.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, time for news. Here's Heather.
Well, new research finds that nearly half of adult cancer deaths in the U.S. are preventable. So the study found that about 40% of new cancer cases among adults 30 years old or older, and nearly half of all deaths can be prevented by making lifestyle changes. So cigarette smoking remains the leading risk factor, contributing to nearly 1 in 5 cancer cases and nearly a third of cancer deaths. Other key risk factors include excess body weight, so being overweight, alcohol consumption, UV exposure, physical inactivity, your diet, and then they say also skipping cancer preventative vaccines. I understand some of that.
Oh, yeah. I mean, it all makes sense.
It does.
You live a healthy life, make good choices, and you get a better shot.
And then you always hear, unfortunately, of those people who do all those things and then
they live forever.
Or they're the ones who get cancer. Or there's the people who are smoking, who are overweight, who are eating really poorly, and they
live to
forever.
80, 85, and then you have a friend or somebody close to you that's young and healthy, and they die young.
And it doesn't seem fair. So it's not all related to lifestyle, but there is a lot of that is still there. So there was a small plane that was spotted flying over the ESPYs last night with a mysterious message that was aimed at Prince Harry.
Oh.
You might have seen it or you might have missed it. It was about an hour before the event started. There was a plane circulating overhead with a banner that was aimed right at the royal, and it said, "Prince Harry, investigate Mummis' death." I don't know. Should I know Mummis? I don't know who.
Mama.
It says MUMIS. That's mummy. That's mama.
Well, it's talking about
they're trying to make it sound like a Brit.
Oh, well,
Princess Di.
Went right over my head because I'm like, who the heck is Mummis?
Yeah, mummy.
Well, they should have wrote that then, or mums, or something
mums,
like. Yeah. But
however
the
they say it
the
over there,
IS confused me. Anyway, that was flying over.
It's the
unknown.
possessive form.
Yeah, apparently. It's unknown what the intention of the message was, or who, I guess, paid to even fly the plane over Hollywood. But there it was, right there. And speaking of Prince Harry, he received the Pat Tillman Award, despite receiving some pretty harsh backlash from Tillman's mom. So prior to the award, Mary Tillman said that she was shocked that ESPN would select such a controversial and divisive individual to receive the award. She said she wasn't contacted by anybody before they made this decision, and she felt that there were other recipients that were far more fitting. But either way, despite that, he did go home with the award. And in his speech, he did pay tribute to Mary Tillman and her family and his family. It was
a classy speech.
It really was. The speech was well done. So whether you like it or not, he did get that award. This is interesting. Coolcations are on the rise this summer. So vacationing at someplace a little bit cooler. So as temperatures rise during the summer months, more and more people are seeking out cooler weather because there's a lot of people that just don't want to sightsee and go be active when it's really, really hot, or they don't want to go to those hot destinations. So this coolcation trend is taking off, and it's exactly what it sounds like. I get it. I sometimes feel guilty about leaving the warm summer weather to go someplace cooler, like when we went to Iceland or things like that. Super cool. Glad I went. Great experience. But I did feel like, am I leaving behind the warm weather? Should I do this during a different season? But
should you go to if you want cool or skiing? Probably, I assume Southern South America, because it's the complete opposite.
yes, and that's what they say to do is go somewhere who's
Chile.
experiencing the opposite season.
The other hemisphere.
Yes.
There's another vacation trend that is apparently gaining popularity, and I like this one better. It's something called mystery travel. So it's basically letting these outside companies take over everything. They take the wheel. They cultivate everything in advance, what you're going to do, where you're going to
Just send you the
go.
bill.
Yes, there is a bill. You pay the bill. They say, like one company, for example, there's a 3-night trip and it starts at $2,300. And they take care of everything. They set up your transportation, your destination. They give you basically an envelope. They tell you kind of what to pack, what type of clothes to pack, and then you find out before you get to the airport.
I don't know that I would be in for this. I can understand the excitement.
I would do it.
Would you?
At least once. I mean, hopefully they also take into consideration what my interests are.
Right.
So that they're not sending me somewhere I wouldn't want to go.
So you're getting on the plane blind, basically?
Well, you're getting to the airport blind. I mean, because that's impossible to get on
Right.
a plane blind because it
Yeah,
tells you what your destination
you gotta
is.
know
Unless
the-
they
the
blindfold you. It's part of the
You
the
get
part of the
an
gig, yeah.
envelope that you're supposed to open as soon as you get to the airport. And then it kind of tells you, here's where you're headed.
Yeah.
Surprise.
They don't give you a heads up about, like, here's what you kind of clothes you want to pack.
No, they
in?
do. They give you a heads up on what type of clothes to pack. So
Okay.
you're packed for the right trip. But I think it's cool, at least for one little vacation. I would totally do that. I think it'd be fun. They say it allows people to see parts of the world or places they probably wouldn't have chosen on their own. And you can fall in love with a new place.
All right. Thank you very much, Heather. Coming up next, a question that has perplexed some people about a racket sport. Or actually, it could be called a paddle sport. 97 won the ticket. 248-539-9797, Tigers. As my father would say, the late but great Lou Stone, they schmeiced the Cleveland Guardians yesterday 10-1, winning 3 out of 4 from the Guardians, a very good team, obviously. 3 with the Dodgers coming into town tonight. Tariq Skubal on the mound for the Tigers tonight. Must-see TS. Doesn't sound the same as must-see JV, but you understand.
Yes.
You got to watch it or go someplace that will be showing it.
Broadcasting it, yes. Or listen.
Yes, indeed.
So I know there's something that you do as a hobby that has really exploded, especially in the United States. I don't know how international it is, but as pickleball. And there is some debate. We've, Djokovic, the Joker, brought this up in one of his long discussions at Wimbledon. He's concerned about the future of tennis. Not that tennis is going away, especially the majors, but those in tennis haven't done a great job of marketing it. And we know here in the U.S., we haven't had premier tennis at the majors in some time.
For the men.
Yeah, for the men. But if you are a tennis player or were a tennis player.
I was.
Now you've transitioned to pickleball, which is taking over, it seems like, everything, where tennis courts outdoors have been turned into pickleball courts, or at least lines have been applied, and it makes it much more interesting to play a game of tennis, knowing which lines are which lines.
Oh, yeah.
Racquetball courts. We were talking about this at the break. Racquetball courts have been transitioned to indoor pickleball courts. Is tennis at risk, especially here in the United States, because you don't have as much access to tennis courts because some of them are no longer, they're all pickleball courts. There are pickleball facilities that are popping up everywhere. There's a brand new one in Northville.
Yes.
It's the biggest one in the state of Michigan.
Well, there's one, and they're putting them in these that I would consider unique or strange places. There's a small store. It was a Steinmart or something like that on Orchard Lake Road. It's now called Pickle Rage.
Yeah.
So they're trying to find pickleball courts everywhere because so many people are playing. And it's like my wife plays probably minimum 5 to 6 times a week.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, sometimes twice
she's
a day.
serious.
Yeah.
How many paddles does she have?
I think just one or maybe 2. But
Just one or two.
But she's pretty good, but she's not like, world class.
But she enjoys playing.
She enjoys playing.
Yeah.
It's been really good for her socially, and it's good. I like it. I don't love it. I'm not competitive, so I just go for the social aspect of it. Have fun, run around, or you don't even run that much, but you're there for it. It's fine.
Is the attraction to pickleball versus tennis because it seems more of a everyone can do it no matter your fitness level or skill level?
That's part of it. And for those who don't like to run, you don't have to run. You do have to bend.
That's
you mentioned
for
this
me.
yesterday, yeah.
Except you have to bend.
Well, yes, you should.
You're not very bendy?
Not anymore.
Yeah.
I have a bad back. I think I could do pickleball, though.
Yes, it's basic. I mean, it's not that hard. I mean, obviously, there are different skill levels because what you're seeing now, because when it first came out, it was for like older people.
Yeah.
Now you're finding, I see, kids in their teenage
Well, they're
years,
attracting younger players.
and they're really, really good. It's not an old man's game anymore, an old person's game anymore.
Right. You want to find somebody your level if you want to have just an enjoyable day of pickleball.
Exactly.
So the question is pickleball taking over tennis? If you're a tennis player, longtime tennis player, does it irk you, anger you when you show up at a tennis court? I guess it would if it's no longer a tennis court.
Yeah.
Or if they've put down pickleball lines and now you're playing on a court that has many more lines, it can be distracting in the middle of a game.
Oh, absolutely. Well, like the league that Cindy and I are in during the winter at the sports club, by our house, it's inside on tennis courts. So you use a makeshift pickleball net that is, portable, but they still have the tennis lines there, and they put pickleball lines, and it's distracting rather than playing on a regular pickleball court, just has pickleball lines. I have found that there are some, look, it's like anything else in life. There are some tennis people who are just tennis snobs and just look down on people that play pickleball.
The tennis elite.
Oh, yeah. Absolutely.
Well,
I wouldn't lower myself to play pickleball.
I can understand that on some level, but I can also understand the fact that the sport that you've played for so long, that has been around for so long, is in effect taking over and minimizing your sport, but also making it harder to play your sport. True. Finding an outdoor court. There are still plenty of outdoor courts. It's not like you can't find one, but it might be that your neighborhood court is no longer a tennis court. It is actually a pickleball court with pickleball nets and lines.
Are you finding that around where you live?
Yeah, it's popping up everywhere. And even at one of the gyms that we go to and the kids will go to, they never played racquetball. And I think racquetball is a great sport. And it's a great workout. But all of the indoor racquetball courts are now indoor pickleball courts that you can't even play. They used to have racquetball, rackets and balls that you could check out, go play racquetball.
Right.
They don't even have that anymore. Now it's all pickleball paddles and balls.
Yes. Well, there's a new one that's actually, they just opened a place recently, I think the Sterling Heights area, owned by Henrik Zetterberg and I think Nyquist, Kronwall, and some of the other former wings from Sweden, because it's big overseas, is this game called Padel, which is like a cross between racquetball and tennis. The scoring is like tennis. You serve like pickleball, like underhand, but there are walls, and the wall's in play. But whereas racquetball, there's no net.
Right.
Here there's a net, but it's wild. And I know people who've played, and it's a much tougher workout or better workout than pickleball. More. Yes.
I mean, the ball goes off the side wall, the back wall hits the ground, and you got to catch up to it to hit it over the net.
Right.
Just in watching the brief video, I had never even heard of this sport.
Yeah.
And it looks very interesting.
Yeah.
So it's something I would like to try.
Yeah.
And I've played tennis now for a few years because Lucy is a tennis player. My wife is a tennis player, so we enjoy going.
Your wife played at collegiate tennis. She was a D1 athlete.
And we tried pickleball when we were on vacation. Playing with my kids, they learned all of the jerk moves from me, is almost no fun because all they want to do is slam it on dad. That's it. That's the 100%. So it's really hard to get any type of a rhythm going in the game.
Well, the difference between the really good pickleball players, which I am not one, you dink. You just, and then you warm up and you just.
And the spin doesn't matter as much.
Sometimes it does. But there are too many people who just play. They just want to slam the ball at them. That's not the way you play. And you got to keep the ball low because once the ball's high, you're done.
You're gonna get smashed.
Yes, exactly. We have some ticket text at 248-539-9797. Pickleball is a cross between ping pong and tennis. Wow. LOL. I wouldn't say it's a cross between ping pong and tennis, but
it's kind of.
Yeah. Whatever happened to racquetball? What about squash? I mean, that was, I guess, for the upper elite. I never played squash.
I don't even
really know squash. Yeah.
I play tennis. It's impossible to find a court now because all these pickleball players are hogging everything.
It's very true.
Mm-hmm. Wakeboarding taking over water skiing, snowboarding taking over downhill skiing, and pickleball taking over tennis. What is going on in our world?
That's a good text. Mm-hmm. I was going to ask you guys, I wonder if the original pickleballers are mad at all these pickleballers.
Because it's exploded?
Yeah. I knew guys that did it back in 2015, and I know what was going on even before that, but it has to be frustrating if you've played for a long time and then all of a sudden you can't find a space either.
Yeah, probably. But I never even really heard of any. I didn't even hear of it in 2015.
No, I didn't. I don't think I heard of it until I think maybe even until you said you were playing pickleball, and I kind of raised an eyebrow what's that?
I saw the story of how it was allegedly invented in the state of Washington, somebody's basically driveway, and it went from there.
First time I watched it, it was during the Michigan State-Alabama playoff game. That's why I knew when it was.
Wow.
Because we went to this party that had the games on and stuff, the college football played, and it was at a gym, actually. And they had swimming for the kids, and you could use the basketball courts, and there's pickleball being played on one of the basketball courts.
Oh, what is this?
Yes. And then they said it's getting pretty big then.
Yeah, because we've even seen there are former professional athletes that have bought and built facilities, but bought professional pickleball teams.
I know. Brady, LeBron, people like that, right?
Yeah, Stoney, so is there a pickleball elite? Every other sport has you're an established sport once you have an elite.
Oh, I'm sure there's a pickleball league. I remember last summer when I was back in Philly visiting my family, we went to, there was a professional tournament somewhere near my sister's house, and we watched for like an hour, and it's incredible how good these players are.
Yeah.
And I'm sure, as it gets more popular, the stakes and the advertising will
the money will go up.
Yeah, like anything else. All right, 248-539-9797.
Founders Brewing Company has been making high-quality beers right here in the state of Michigan for over 25 years. With a focus on using the highest quality ingredients, you can always count on Founders to deliver extraordinary quality in everything they release. And with that focus on quality, they set out to create a beer that lets you have it all. And it's right in the name, All Day IPA. Here's what you get in an all-day IPA. It's refreshing and deliciously flavorful. It's easy drinking and high quality. All-day IPA is an IPA that is naturally brewed with an array of malts, grains, and hops, creating a delicious citrusy taste and a clean finish. It's the perfect beer for anyone looking to make the ordinary extraordinary and the good times great. Speaking of great times, All-Day IPA is the perfect beer for anyone on game days, and I can't wait for game days and after the game, enjoying a great all-day IPA. Visit Founders Brewing Company or visit foundersbrewing.com to find all-day IPA. All-day IPA, it's all in the taste. Founders Brewing Company, Grand Rapids, Michigan. For 21 years old or older, please drink responsibly.
248-539-9797. That is the telephone number. Some ticket texts. Cornhole taking over horseshoes. That's from Rob in Clinton Township. He's actually right.
He is right.
Yeah.
Nobody plays horseshoes anymore.
I know.
Okay. Well, I mean, how many people at your club are playing playing cornhole versus shuffleboard?
Shuffleboard.
I don't think people even play shuffleboard anymore. Bocce took over shuffleboard.
Last time I played shuffleboard, I think, was on the Bob Lowe boat.
Oh, really?
When I was 5.
I think we played shuffleboard once on in Mexico, like on a kids took a trip or whatever. We were there. They had a shuffleboard court. We played pickleball in the late 90s in high school. That's from Roy.
Huh.
I invented pickleball after I invented the internet. That's from Al Gore. Thanks for listening, Al. Was that was that Trump or Kamala? I don't know. I get them all mixed up. All right, let's go to Kevin. You're a 97 won the ticket.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Funny, somebody just called in and said they played into the 90s, but we used to play pickleball in gym class in Dearborn in the 80s, early 80s.
Was it called pickleball then?
Yeah, it was. We played there was a girls' gym, and it was fun.
Huh.
But so when it started growing big, getting big, it made me think, wait a minute, 40 years ago I was playing that.
So where did
play it now?
So obviously in gym class they provided you with the paddles, and was the ball similar the way it is now? Because I can't imagine in the 80s going to a Dick's Sporting Goods or one of those places and getting a pickleball paddle because they didn't exist, right?
Right. No, they're just they're wooden paddles and wiffle balls.
Mm-hmm.
What we played with.
Yeah. I think that's pretty much what it is now.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, exactly. Although they have, some of the paddles, of course, are pretty high tech and like anything else. Try to get you to pay more for.
Sure. That's why I was asking if Cindy has a number of different rackets because maybe she doesn't, she doesn't care.
No, she does. She does have one thing that very few people have. She's got this thing on
a multi-use paddle.
Not for what you're thinking about it, but it's got the suction thing, so you just go down and pick up the
paddle thing has a suction thing on it.
Yeah, when you
like multi-use.
Never mind. All right.
It'll pick up the ball for you?
Yes, exactly.
Or balls.
Oh, it was thrilling to be back with you again. That's for damn sure. So, Scuba pitching today. I was reading something during the break where Toy Lavello, the manager of the National League for the All-Star game, there seems to be a sentiment that Skeens is going to start.
Okay,
shouldn't he start?
I think he should. I mean, it'll be exciting. It'll be fun, and if Skeens starts, then we got to have a Skubal start.
Oh yeah,
it's got to be Skubal versus Skeens
because that Pirates Tigers rivalry that's been going.
Oh yeah,
on
it's been brewing for a few
right?
years. Yeah, 2-game series here and there.
All right, they both deserve it. I mean, you can argue Skeens some more than Skubal. Skubal definitely deserves it. But it sounds right.
Yeah,
Skubal Skeens Skubal.
Absolutely. No doubt.
I mean, it just sounds like a heavyweight match. It's going to bring people into the game.
I think more people will tune in. Well, and I would like to think that they would tune in for Skubal, but they're going to be tuning in to see Skeens.
Yes, because you ask a national poll or whatever if they've heard of Tarek Skubal or Paul Skeens, and Skeens is going to
win.
Yeah, because Liv Dunn and Livy Dunn, or however you say it.
That's right. And, he was in the College World Series last year. I don't think most of America really knows who Skubal is.
I think most sports fans know who he is, though.
I think baseball fans do. I'm not sure about sports fans. I'm not.
He's in the Cy Young race.
Yeah, but see, we're so close to it, though. There are a lot of people who are just casual baseball fans that don't follow stuff. I mean, it's the same thing like Lugo's having a great year. But if I wasn't in this business, I don't know if I would know who Seth Lugo is. And I think that's the way it is for Skubal around this country. Does he deserve to be known as the best pitcher in baseball right now? Absolutely.
But that's part of the baseball issue is they have a hard time marketing their stars across the country.
Yeah, absolutely.
But I think most people probably do know who Tarek Skubal is.
You
disagree?
I don't think so.
Yeah, I nationally, I disagree with that.
Yeah.
Because we're so close to it. I think most people know who Justin Verlander is. Maybe even Max Scherzer, but you start getting towards pitchers from a team that Skubal's been great, but only for like 2 years.
Yeah.
So no, I don't think so. But maybe he gets that way. Maybe he becomes the next one.
Right.
But is he best pitcher in baseball? Is he the best pitcher in baseball right now? He's in the discussion.
Yeah, yeah.
But Paul Skeens, man, he's that guy. You knew watching him in college that he was going to be dynamic. The question was, okay, is he going to be able to have enough control where he's just that good all the time? Because he threw 100 miles an hour in the first inning, and he'd throw 100 miles an hour after throwing 120 pitches in college. It just didn't matter. He was always throwing hard. Is that going to be sustainable? I mean,
is that why we didn't really talk about it? Is that why do you think they should have kept him in last night?
No, I have no problem. I mean, look, I'm not a Pittsburgh fan, so for me, it's easy to say I didn't.
It's not even a Pittsburgh; it's a baseball fan. You want to see a guy throw a no-hitter?
Yeah, I want to see a guy throw a no-hitter, but there's 6 outs to go, and we know how baseball has changed, and they've got their plan. It's his rookie season. He's probably not going to make too many more starts. I hate to break it to baseball fans everywhere, but you're a rookie pitcher. They put you on inning counts, right?
Yeah.
So how many more starts is he actually going to have? He's been going like 6 innings a time, 6 to
Oh, if they shut him down,
they're going to shut him down. Or they have to. He's not going to throw 200 innings his rookie season, Stoney. That doesn't happen.
I know. That's a shame. All right, what do you guys got going today?
We have found a list that is very encouraging for us here in Detroit, and we will get to it early in the show.
Carson Anderson next. Have a wonderful weekend, everybody. 97.1 The Ticket.
Buzzer beater.
We're brought to you by Beninati Pools. Shohei Ohtani and the LA Dodgers in town for 3 starting tonight at Comerica Park. 6:40 the first pitch. Right here on 97.1 The Ticket. Tiger All-Star pitcher Tarek Skubal going tonight. Jack Flaherty went 6 innings yesterday afternoon, allowing only 1 run on 2 hits. He gets the win. Tigers defeat Cleveland 10-1. They've now won 6 of their last 7 games. And Flaherty gets the win. Carson Kelly goes deep for home run number 7. Riley Green, Gio Urshela, each driving in 3 runs. Meanwhile, Tigers' record now 45-49. Not good, but certainly a lot better than it was about 1 week ago. After finishing 3rd in NFL Coach of the Year voting last year, the Lions head coach Dan Campbell now ranked as the 8th best coach in the NFL by CBS Sports, just 1 spot behind Jim Harbaugh of the LA Chargers, who was number 1. That'd be the Chiefs' Andy Reid. Lions open training camp for rookies on Saturday, July 20th. The veterans set to report the following week. Former Milwaukee Bucks player Malik Beasley officially signing with the Detroit Pistons yesterday for a reported $6 million. That would leave the Pistons with about $14 million remaining in salary cap space. From the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeff Lesson. For more, 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Yeah, it's Friday. It is Friday indeed.
It's a Red Hot Friday. Get your Red Hots.
Have we gone over how we're even cooking these things?
Yeah, I'm going to throw them in the carousel.
When does that happen?
We'll probably put them in next, maybe even during the break.
Okay.
This break or the next break.
Gotcha. Okay, so let me be straight up, and I want to be honest with the audience how I'm feeling today. For people who have missed it, Gator and I made a bet several weeks back, a bet in which I lost.
Kang was in on the bet.
Yes, he was. Was he? Were you going to eat a Impossible Dog?
Yeah, Doug does this all the time, Gator. He just completely neglects all my contributions to this show. Well, when something's wrong, he comes right after me. Hey, man.
100%. Very accurate description of how I look at your work. So the deal is this. I lost the bet, so I have to eat a real hot dog. I haven't had a hot dog in over 30 years. I don't eat red meat. I eat, although everybody likes to say, yeah, Doug doesn't eat meat. Gator has witnessed this. It's amazing.
It's hysterical.
It
happened the other day.
Happened the other day. I know you don't eat meat. And I'm like, is chicken a meat? Is turkey a meat? Fish, I mean, whatever. But I don't eat.
What, fish isn't a meat now?
I mean, I'm so sick of, well, I'm not sick of it. It's just hysterical that people just say, oh, yeah, you don't eat meat. And I just say, yeah, fine. I don't eat meat. But I don't eat hot dogs. And so today I'm going to eat a hot dog because I lost the bet with the Joey Chestnut did not eat in the Nathan's hot dog eating contest. It was not part of a conspiracy. It was not a ruse. It was not a marketing ploy. He really did break up with Nathan's. And had I won the bet, you'd be eating an Impossible dog today.
This is true.
Which is what Joey Chestnut is endorsing now. I lost the bet. And so today, I'll eat a hot dog for the first time in forever. People who are familiar with the show remember when I ate a piece of bologna. The bologna was awful. It was disgusting. But this is what I'm more scared of than anything else. That is a foreign, highly unfamiliar food texture. That's what I'm most sketch about is the texture of the hot dog, because the bologna reminded me, I felt like I was eating human skin. Like it was awful.
You know, the problem is that you looked at.
Can I finish, please?
Oh, boy. He's irritable, Kang.
The problem is that I look at a hot dog as a rolled piece of bologna. That is the problem. And so I want it well cooked. I did chop up some onions today. I brought my favorite mustard. I brought buns. I'm prepared.
Oh, you brought buns too?
I brought buns, yeah.
Well, why did I get buns then? I thought I was bringing the buns.
No, I wasn't going to trust you to bring the kind of buns that I would like. So anyway, I'm ready. I'm ready to go. I doubt there will be a reversal, but that might be in play. But 11 a.m. today, I'll eat a hot dog.
All right. Your consistent insistence that it's like eating flesh with the bologna thing, that's a color thing, I think, with you. Because the texture is the same as it would be if you're eating any deli meat, turkey, chicken, bologna. Because you look at it and you see the pink, you think that. So it's a sense thing with that. Don't blame it on the texture when the texture is the same.
Let me just
Can I finish?
Yeah, go ahead.
Don't blame it on the texture of the bologna, okay? And if you're going to cook a hot dog, the texture of the hot dog is nothing like the texture of any deli meat. There's a snap to it when you bite into these natural casing dogs. It's all compressed and cooked already, let alone once you throw it in the carousel that we're going to do for a half an hour to 45 minutes or whatever it is to make sure it gets to the doneness that you want, which is fine. Everybody likes their hot dogs done differently. That's fine. But when it's all said and done, that texture is going to be nothing like any kind of deli meat, let alone bologna.
What you've just implied, okay, of course is true. Yes, it's all mental. I get it. It's all mental. And I am not mentally, like there's the physically prepared Doug, which could be the reversal part. And then there's the mentally prepared Doug, which is am I eating rolled bologna?
Which is also could really lead to a physical part.
Yeah, exactly. And the mental part, it's totally mental.
And this is the payoff for us because, Kang, these are Doug problems. They're not my problem. It's not your problem. It's a Doug problem.
It is a Doug problem. No. And I will face that. I will face that fear today at 11 a.m.
I try to empathize with you, Doug. I really did. I'm sitting there yesterday thinking about you eating this hot dog today, and I go, okay, put myself in Doug's shoes the best I can because you are like fearful almost of like eating this hot dog, right? So I thought, what kind of food would make me feel this way? If I had to, react the way Doug is reacting right now, what would it be? And I thought to myself, nothing, because I would just man up and eat this thing, Doug. Come on, baby. It's National Hot Dog Month.
Let me just stop you and say, if eating it, just by going ahead and eating it, is there any degree of manning up just by eating it? Like, I'm going to eat it. I'm going to eat it.
It depends on how you react.
Yeah, I mean, are you making a face? Are you holding your nose? Are you going, oh, after each bite?
There's a high probability that, yes,
crying?
indeed, I'll be doing all of that.
I mean, the funny thing to me is like it's not even like an exotic food. This is an everyday item. This is something when you go to stadiums all the time and what do you
isn't
smell?
like on
It's
bizarre.
a hot dog.
This is not bizarre foods.
Right. And nobody's saying let's throw out have some raw oysters, which a lot of people are kind of freaked out by, and that's not an everyday food. Hot dog, everyday food.
Oh, let me ask you a question though. By definition, what would you define as a bizarre food? I would say something that I never eat. To me, is a bizarre food.
No, a bizarre food is something that is like foreign to our culture.
Okay. If I have a culture, this is completely foreign to my culture. Completely.
But it's
foreign.
not because you used to eat them.
I haven't.
And you're around them all the freaking time.
I find it amusing that you're trying to convince me that I should be looking forward to this.
I'm not. That's not my commitment. What I'm saying is don't act like this is something that's so exotic. Oh, my God, the exotic hot dog. Where does this come from? It's not it. It's not an exotic food. It's just an everyday food that you don't happen to like or that you haven't had. It's not even that you don't like it. You changed your eating habits 30 years ago, and you haven't gone back to it. That's fine. But it's not some kind of, what the hell is that? Well, it's called a hot dog.
You do understand, I'm not treating it, I know what a hot dog is, and I'm not thinking it's something that's foreign to the world. It's just simply foreign to me.
I think you're upsetting your stomach before you're necessary, Doug.
That might be true.
I think just you can enjoy this.
That will be a challenge, but I will give it a shot today at 11 a.m. All right, so on the sports front, Jack Flaherty, huh?
Hey.
That was probably pretty important, what happened yesterday. And it's not over, but it's a big step in moving Jack Flaherty. And a list came out today that is highly encouraging, and we should be encouraged by it. And we will get to it today at 10:20 here on Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, congrats to all the Wolverines drafted into the NFL for 2024. The University of Michigan Credit Union is cheering loud and proud. UMCU is a proud partner of Michigan Athletics and the official credit union of the Detroit Lions. One might say they are the leaders in best in financial services. I just suited up with UMCU, and you can too. No matter where you hail from, you're eligible to join, and signing up is easy. They scored one of their great debit cards. You can get one too. There's the Block M, there's the Winged Helmet, there's a Lions debit card. And with UMCU and their debit card, you're calling plays at millions of stores, hotels, and restaurants worldwide. Need some cash in your pockets? Hit up thousands of surcharge-free ATMs conveniently spread across Michigan and beyond. Open your account today at umcu.org and get in the game. And while you're there, check out the resources for student, auto, and home loans. University of Michigan Credit Union, proudly repping your official Block M debit card. Win with UMCU. Okay, so the number one task yesterday, was Jack Flaherty proving he was healthy. It's made even better that he went out and he dominated. And yesterday was an encouraging first step. They haven't reached the finish line with Jack Flaherty as a tradable commodity. They shouldn't be doing victory laps over what a great signing that they were able to spin into some great prospect of some kind. But he did have a type of outing that would encourage a team that is looking at him as a tradable commodity. And he goes out, ran his four-seam fastball up to 95 repeatedly. He went 6 innings, gave up 2 hits, 2 walks, 1 earned run, 4 strikeouts on 83 pitches. And afterwards, he said he felt great. And now he gets 7-8 days off, whatever it is. If they start him the first start out of the All-Star break, they probably won't. They'll probably go him with the second start out of the All-Star break. And we're hoping.
Well, you don't know. Because who would you think would get the first one?
Scooble.
Well, Scooble's going to play in the All-Star game.
Yeah, it depends on how many pitches he throws. I don't know. That's why I said first or second game. But if he gets 7 or 8 days off, then he could have as many as 3 more starts leading up to the trade deadline, and could be trending towards full tradable value, which is all we ask. And we will get to this list coming up in a minute, but there might be a bit of a debate point here for Tiger fans, because Flaherty goes out and does what he's done most of this year. He has a dominant start. And the debate point might be, do you try to keep him? Not because you expect him to win anything this year, but you got a 28-year-old pitcher who's got some value for sure. And if you got, your left-handed JV at the top of the rotation, you've got Flaherty, who's a dominant right-handed pitcher. You got Reese Olson, a blossoming young arm. You've got Jackson Jobe, and you kind of got to bet on him being your next great starter. And then you got Mize, Manning, Montero, whomever, fill in the blank as your 5th starter. That could be a playoff rotation if you decide you want to make Jack Flaherty an offer. If again, the trend continues that he, after this All-Star break, another dominant start, it's a combination of health and Fetter that might have given us peak Jack Flaherty. And then we could start a debate about whether or not you just try and keep the bird in the hand instead of trading him away for a prospect. You could, but a lot of that also depends on what the team is doing. I was thinking, what happens if the team, plays really good, continues to play really good baseball? I mean, they've won 8 of their last 11 games. That's a pretty good piece here. Now, it's an 11-game sample. It's not the biggest sample, but it's also a little bit more than just this small sample size. 8 of 11, they swept the Reds. They come in and they take 3 out of 4 against the Gribe. They're playing really well right now, and they're doing something they haven't done really all season for any stretch, and that is hitting the ball out of the park. They're getting home runs from everybody on this roster. And the pulse that they're showing, and you're right, but you're seeing Riley Green, turn into an all-star. Colt Keith has just been great lately, and you're starting to feel like, okay, it's too early, but it sure looks like Keith is trending in the right direction. Perez has been pretty consistently, he's on a 7-game hitting streak himself. Yeah, I mean, he's been, I want to say consistently average for a major league ball player, but he's a rookie, so he deserves more credit than that for what he has started to do. Malloy is doing what you hoped he would. Every few games when he gets his opportunity, he'll hit one out of the park. He may be overmatched at times, but you expected there to be some power, and he's got some power. You just try and figure out what's the best use of the resource that is Jack Flaherty, and it is related to everything else, right? If by the end of the year we're going, okay, next year, pen in Colt Keith, write his name in the number 2 hole and at second base in pen. Riley Green's going to hit third for you, write that in pen. Wenzel Perez and Justin Henry Malloy are going to be everyday contributors. This is a big ask. But if by the end of... I'll give you another one, Parker Meadows, but adding to that to be a big ask. Maybe. To lead off. But, a lot of this depends on how this Dodger series goes and how's the 11 or 12 games after the All-Star break go. But you could start to say, all right, there's a young core there. Add in Flaherty as your number 2 starter behind Skubal. Are you playing a little bit for next year? In which case, you opt to keep Flaherty. Again, it's a debate point. I don't. I'm about moving Jack Flaherty.
Yeah.
But you can make a case for it.
Well, I am too. And the other thing, the
You are
real
too what? You are.
I'm with you on that.
Okay.
Let's move on. The thing that they have to know going into all this also is, what does Jack Flaherty want to do? What is his agent talking about?
Mm-hmm.
If he is hell bent on getting to free agency, then that just adds the impetus that you got to move him. Because if he pitches like he has, he's going to get a really nice contract at the end of the year. It may not be like term, like 6-8 years, but it's going to be like $25 to $30 million a year if he continues to pitch this way.
If he stays healthy, right?
Yeah.
If he stays healthy and continues to pitch this way. Again,
and all I care about is pitch well enough for the next 4 starts or whatever, 3 or 4 starts leading up to the trade deadline.
If they move him, yeah.
Yeah.
If they give him the qualifying offer, then there's this real, okay, they're betting on, I mean, he could accept it. He could reject it. If he accepts it, then they're betting on a player that has had back issues and they're hoping he stays healthy. But sometimes when you're in the Tigers' position, you have to take some risks because
that's what they did with Maglio.
It's not so obvious all the time. The Red Wings did it with Patrick Kane, right?
Yeah,
You're an
absolutely.
injured player that you're like, okay, we're going to roll the dice here and try and get ourselves out of this purgatory by taking a chance on this player staying healthy. And if he does, and he accepts your qualifying offer, okay, now if he accepts it and he's hurt, and then you got another contract that we're just thinking about, when does it expire? So there's some debate points here. The most important thing is that he had a healthy start yesterday. And that leads to what we've talked about, and I've teased a little bit, and that is this list. The guys at MLB Trade Deadline are all over it, or MLB Trade Rumors, excuse me. It's funny, that website is up year-round.
Mm-hmm.
I would imagine that the traffic in some points is very low, but I would imagine in the month of July
is peak, and probably somewhere around December, or whenever they have the winter meetings, when people start signing free agency, the free agents, that's also pretty high.
And so, these guys, but year-round, they're covering baseball and trade rumors, et cetera, et cetera. They put together a ranking of top 50 trade candidates for the 2024 MLB trade deadline.
Top 50.
Top 50.
Okay.
They said the ranking here is a blend of the likelihood of a deal and impact of the player in question. The names atop the list are going to be those that seem likeliest to move and carry the potential for significant impact on the acquiring team. So they put this list together. Okay, likeliness to be moved and impact. So a coveted player that as a selling team is going to want to sell. The number one player on the list. The number one player on the list is updated in the last 24 hours is Jack Flaherty. The number one player on the list.
Number one.
Yes. So again, MLB trade deadline, and they cite yesterday's start being a huge part of reinvigorating the trade market for Jack Flaherty. It has to be followed up. I mean, unless somebody's ready to pull the trigger now with a great offer, he has to follow it up by staying healthy. And this is where we don't know which direction this is going to go. It's great that he had that start, and it's good to maybe rekindle some interest. But what they say about Flaherty, I was highly encouraged. Flaherty's the type of playoff caliber starter who should command a top 100 prospect and then some, despite his rental status. So, look, I always love to try and find corroborating independent sources. Not Detroit sources, not TigerFanAl.com, right?
Oh.
Or the Twitter account, Tiger Lover. I try to find an independent source from a national that can give us some news that we can work with here a little bit. And I mean, a top 100 prospect and then some. What do you make of that?
Well, I think that's accurate, right? If he proves himself to stay healthy over the next couple of starts here, then yeah, it would. I mean, he's the rental player, so that's what tips it over the edge of why people would expect him to go, and the value is there as a pitcher too. I mean, I think perhaps the best one on the market is Garrett Crochet with the White Sox because of the Sox are basically they've said that it looks like they're going to move him, and it's kind of like if the Tigers were to move Skubal.
He's number 2 on the list.
There you go. Yep. So to think that these guys are at the top of the list, this is interesting. I'd be curious.
Yeah.
How many other Tigers are on that list?
I think it's 2.
Is Carson Kelly on the list or Gio Urshela? Are either of those guys?
I don't believe either of them are. I only saw 3 names as I worked my way through this. Number 31 is Andrew Chafin.
Chafin, okay.
I mean, it's
big
the bullpen.
strikeout right out of the bullpen,
and it's
right?
The bullpen arms. Urshela, I'm sorry, is on the list at 39.
Because we talked a little bit yesterday about a little sweetener, just a little kicker in there.
Sure. Yep.
Like, does that help to move it up? Like, if you're looking at, okay, we can give you the number 78 prospect in baseball. That sounds great. What if I give you Urshela too? Does that move it up to, you've got another player in your system that actually ranks at 51. Can I get that? And
Yeah, I've done a lot of legwork on teams that need starting pitching and what they have in their system. Top 100 prospect. Some of these guys would take it would be Flaherty but like you read, and I'll give you an example. Baltimore. Okay, what is Baltimore after?
Prospects.
Baltimore is after starting pitching and a relief arm. Okay.
Hey,
yeah,
I got a match for you.
Yeah. I think the Dodgers are starting pitching and relievers. Jim Bowden put together teams. So I found 8 teams that make sense and took a look at their top 100 prospects. And there's some matches for sure. And some of them are just Flaherty. Some are Flaherty and. 248-539-9797. There are also some people that want to debate whether or not you move him at all. Hey, maybe the thing to do here is to try to re-sign him. This is all dependent upon yesterday's start being indicative of a healthy, right-handed, 28-year-old dominant pitcher for the next 3 starts, which is still an if. It's Carson Anderson, 97-1, The Ticket. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 a ticket. Do we have an update on the hot dog cooking? Has it commenced?
It is starting to cook.
Okay.
Right now. They are
we have a
on
hot
the
dog roller.
carousel.
Starting to get to that flesh.
In spite of my best efforts to sabotage and destroy the hot dog roller in the back, I was kind of hoping it wasn't going to work today.
I was thinking maybe we should just roll it in here in the studio. Get the smell going.
Yeah.
Smell doesn't bother me. For sure.
I know. I thought the smell might entice you.
It's being at the ballpark.
Yeah.
But
yeah, pretend you're at a baseball game.
That's all.
I'll pretend. I'm about to do a lot of pretending.
Gator, is it okay if I read the ingredients before Doug eats this hot dog?
You mean like now or
right before he? Doug, put on your headphones. Put them back on. I would like to read the ingredients.
You can read them. I'll repeat them.
Right before he eats the hot dog.
Yeah.
It's a natural casing wiener, Doug. Don't worry.
Yeah, it's a natural casing wiener. You're fine.
Do you know what that even means, Doug?
Do you know what natural casing means?
Yeah, I know what natural casing means. Let's get back to people's phone calls. 248-539-9797. Brandon, you're on 97 on the ticket. Hi, Brandon.
Hey, guys. How you doing?
What's up, man?
So Flaherty's 1 year older than School. Why are we trying to move him? Also with that, Andrew Navigato, who's not talked about at all, is in AAA. Why is he not up giving a chance? McKinstry keeps coming up and is terrible. Why can't we get Navigato into shortstop or third base?
Well, we've talked about Navigato a little bit. And the thing about Navigato is he's not on the 40-man roster. And so some player would have to be let go. And what is he, a 26-year-old career minor leaguer, which isn't exactly something that instills confidence that he has got a lot in front of him.
Is he better than the alternative?
He could be.
Are you guys okay with Badu? Badu is terrible. We keep calling him up.
Yeah,
but batting 183.
But they're different.
They play different positions.
Sure. Well, we can put Verling in the outfield. That's fine.
Well, I think Verling's already kind of like he's third base, outfield. He's all over the place. I think there's a lot of shuffling that has to happen. I've talked about Navigato a lot actually, and I'd like to see him get an opportunity to come up. And I think once the trade deadline comes and goes, you will see changes to the roster. Because some of the guys, like Doug said, they're not on the 40-man roster. So if they're not on the 40-man roster, you have to move somebody from the 40-man roster off of it to make room for the new guy. And that could very well happen with some trades. Certainly with a couple of these guys, it could be rentals. Like Urshela and Canna are basically rentals. Carson Kelly, if you wanted to move him, that's a rental. Or somebody off your roster if you just DFA'd them because you've given them half the season this year and you've already seen enough over the last couple of years that says we're going to move on. And it might be a McKinstry. It might be a Badu. It might be someone like that. So give it a little more time.
Yeah,
I know it's like if you don't think this season's going anywhere, like most of us don't think this season's going to end up with the Tigers in the postseason, then let it play out another few weeks, get past the trade deadline, and then I think that's probably the time where you're going to start clamoring for, okay, what are the moves? Because it's time to move on at the very least from a couple of these players.
Navigato to me feels very Ryan Valade. He's like a shortstop version of Ryan Valade where, I mean, he could provide a little spark for a minute, but I suspect he's probably not the answer.
But to his point, I'd much rather see a Navigato get an opportunity in a few weeks.
Yeah.
Over McKinstry.
Yeah.
Because, we pretty defined what Zach McKinstry is. He's not an everyday player. And is he even a player that's on the roster of most Major League Baseball teams?
I think Navigato is a player we will see this year.
I think we'll see Dingler as well as another one that probably gets a chance. And particularly if you trade Carson Kelly.
Now back to his point, why trade Flaherty? I mean, he's a 1-year contract and probably wasn't part of their future plans. And it's a risk to keep him as well. Like, if he gets through these next 3 starts and they get actual market value for him, which is implied in this Major League Baseball MLB trade rumors piece that has him as the number 1 likely and impact player moved at the trade deadline, which is very encouraging. And this has been written after yesterday's start. So if he gives him 3 more good starts, there's a little bit of, they moved on from him before an injury flared up again, right?
Yeah. Yeah, I think so. I think you hit the nail on the head with the first part, though, is because he's a rental player.
Yep.
And if he hits the free agent market, which is likely to happen, that's you're going to cost yourself an awful lot of money to bring him back, and he might be worth it, but with the back issues, because this isn't the first year, I don't know if I'd go all long term for him.
So the other thing is, okay, what could they get for him? MLB trade rumors. And this, when making him the number one tradable prospect, they said Flaherty has the type of playoff caliber starter who could command or should command a top 100 prospect and then some. Okay, so go to Jim Bowden's story on The Athletic, found 8 teams looking for starting pitching. Top 100 prospects. Then you look at their organization and see who makes the most sense. Start with the Cardinals. That's a baseball town coming off a last place finish, slow start, have worked their way into second place in the NL wildcard race. The front office is jonesing to make a deal, and they're looking for starting a veteran starter. The problem is their top 100 prospects are both pitchers.
Yep.
Not likely to be a trade fit there. We move on. The Dodgers. We come to expect big moves from them. As Jim Bowden writes, they are looking for starting pitching and relievers. They have got a top 50 prospect, a catcher first baseman named Dalton Rushing, who's a 23-year-old in Double-A. He's hitting .266 with a .377 on base, so he fits the profile of a player that gets on base that Scott Harris likes. 10 home runs, an OPS of .836. Catcher first baseman Dalton Rushing, 23-year-old Double-A prospect, top 100, top 50 prospect. He could be in play here. That could be a player to look at. The Diamondbacks have a couple of players, one who's injured, which might mean he's accessible. He was a top 10 prospect coming into the season. And Jordan Lawler, in fact, they thought he might get called up. He's a shortstop, but he's had problems with a hamstring this year. He made it to the bigs last year. He's a high on-base percentage guy. I think Jordan Lawler, he would be a Flaherty plus guy, and there might be accessibility to a top 10 prospect because he's been injured. They also have Drew Jones, an outfielder, but he's only at single A. Baltimore is looking for starting pitching. And the thing with Baltimore is I feel like Baltimore and the Yankees could be two teams that are bidding against each other. They both need starting pitching. Could the Tigers prize Sam Basallo, the catcher first baseman, 19-year-old at Double-A, who fits the profile? He's hitting for power. He's got a high OPS. Could they get a Kobe Mayo?
That's a guy I'd like.
Triple-A corner infielder. He's 22. He's killing it. Did he get called up? I think he got called up.
I can tell you he has, to this point, has not played.
Okay. Jason Dominguez from the Yankees organization is a top 25 prospect, a AAA outfielder, 3 levels last year. He hit .336 with a .404 on-base percentage. He's got an oblique injury that, again, might mean some accessibility. Other teams needing pitching include...
I was going to say, what about Spencer Jones? He's their number 2 rated prospect.
23-year-old Double-A outfielder, struggling with batting average, but he's got a high on-base percentage, and he's hit 10 home runs. And then you got the Guardians and Twins trade-in division. I don't know if that's happening, but a team...
On a rental, it might.
It might, but they don't want to give up a top prospect to Detroit, I would imagine. Another team with a probability are the Houston Astros. They've got an outfielder named Jacob Melton, 23-year-old at Double-A. He's not hitting for average, but has a on-base percentage 80 points higher. He's got 8 home runs, which is some power, but he also stole 46 bases last year. So just some names to keep an eye out for as some prospects that the Tigers could use if Flaherty indeed nets a top 100 prospect, which MLB Trade Rumors is saying is possible. In fact, he should get that. 248-539-9797. Yeah, it says that and more. Now, some of these guys are higher than top 100. We're talking about top 10 prospects. That's where the Tigers might have to kick in some more.
Yeah.
We go to Jim in Walled Lake. You're on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Jim.
Hello, fellas.
What's up?
I think you're making a mistake looking at prospects only. I think I read somewhere where a prospect making it in the major leagues is a 30% chance. I think I would start out with an everyday player and then throw in a prospect behind that.
Well, I'd like to do that too, but if you're talking about a rental player, I'm not sure if the teams want to give up their everyday players.
Yeah, if he's going to a team that's in contention, which everyday player are they going to want to give up to weaken their chances in the postseason?
Well, you got to test the waters. Somebody might.
Well, I'm sure. I would imagine that's part of the whole negotiating thing.
Jim,
yeah.
if your thing is, I would prefer to strike a better deal. So would I. So would Gator. I don't know that it's particularly realistic to expect a contending team to give up an everyday player and a prospect for Jack Flaherty.
And if they give up their everyday player, is it going to be somebody that has a higher upside than the prospect? I get it. It's still just a prospect. I understand that part of it. But if they're giving you their backup shortstop who wasn't, a top prospect and didn't really tear it up in the minors and he's just their backup in the majors because that's what they have right now. Do I want that or do I want the guy that is tearing it up in the minors and is a top prospect?
Yeah.
There's a lot to weigh there, but no, I think your point's valid. Would they look at other teams that have a player that might be on an expiring contract, another rental, but the Tigers feel like maybe we can re-sign this?
I mean,
guy.
it's possible. You basically, the Tigers are on the market trying to sell a used car. There's a blue book value on that used car, and what you just said is, I would like to sell for more than the blue book value. Chalk me up as agreeing. I would too. If you can get somebody to agree to that, fantastic. I think Gator, you would agree.
Mm-hmm.
You can sell for more than the blue book value. Awesome. 248-539-9797. More phone calls and feedback coming up. And at 11 a.m., apparently I'm going to eat a hot dog.
Yeah.
97 won the ticket. Sarah Chevrolet in Sterling Heights wants to make this the summer you save. Right now, you can lease a new Chevy Silverado for just $276 a month with only $19.99 down. You heard it right. $276 a month for 24 months on a 1,500 crew cab 4x4 LT. Unlock the savings with a GM employee discount, Costco, and Chevy lease in your household. Sarah Chevrolet, Sterling Heights, where they guarantee the lowest price, or it's free. 17.5 in Van Dyke in Sterling Heights. Make this the summer you save. Call 87-SAY-SARAH. Go to saysarah.com. Together, let's drive. All right, Doug Karsh, Scott Anderson, I sent one a ticket. There is a lot of pushback here. I'm surprised here at the feedback to trading Jack Flaherty. From an unnamed texter, here we go again. Let's trade all those good Tigers that we have or anything to build off of, and we can wait till some kids in high school now grow up. In 2045, the Tigers are going to be good. I really struggled with that because there was absolutely no punctuation. But
I thought you handled it well.
Next one, why the hell trade Flaherty? You probably wind up with another Badoo. Okay, so like people understand, right? Last year when they didn't trade Eduardo Rodriguez, they lost him for nothing.
Right.
And if a player is going to get to free agency, the price tag gets lofty if he's a coveted player. Other teams are bidding on him, and he might not want to stay here. So you're running into the possibility of losing him for nothing when you can cash in the chip now for, again, not high school players. We just gave you a list of about 5 guys that are close to the majors. One that would probably be up right now if he didn't get hurt. So that's the philosophy. Like, if you want to re-sign him, we've talked about the case can be made for that. And it's a bit of a roll of the dice because you're talking about a player staying healthy.
Yeah, exactly. And it'd be great to be able to, turn Flaherty into one of the Baltimore's top prospects. I don't know how likely that is because their prospects are so highly rated. I think they have 3 of the top 15 in all of baseball. But if you look at like one of these guys, Kobe Mayo, we described, he's a corner infielder. Big kid, lots of power, hits well, does all the things you want to do. And he's being blocked at the major league level because they have Westberg at third, they got Mountcastle at first base, and then they have other guys in their on the team right now that added depth guys that are also still blocking us. So maybe it's not that outlandish to think that maybe you can get that. Because if you're Baltimore, you've got this great team right now, but you have a couple pieces you need to add to it, and the Tigers have those pieces. You're trying to win a World Series.
Yeah.
And you got a chance to do it, you go for it, particularly if you're a team like Baltimore. And you still have top prospects that maybe you wouldn't have to give up in this deal.
In the best case scenario, the Yankees want Flaherty, and Baltimore wants Flaherty. And those two teams are bidding on Jack Flaherty. And right now, Baltimore has the more coveted prospects. So you kind of cross your fingers and hope. Now, I understand, like the one guy who said they'll probably wind up with another Badoo. If you operate with that mindset, you'll never be able to pull off that blockbuster trade that sets you up for the future. You can't assume you're going to fail. You have to trust your scouts. You have to trust your own talent evaluators to go get another quality piece and a guy who's on the cusp of being really good. You know what you want? You want to go grab somebody else's Colt Keith, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, you want to go grab somebody else's player who a year ago was Colt Keith and 1 year later is showing a ton of promise to be an everyday player for you. Reed in a car says, so I think it's Flaherty, Urshela, Canna, Mize, and Manning all need to be on the block to go get younger bats. Call the O's or the Dodgers. I mean, I don't know if they're ready to move on from Mize and Manning. And those are younger players, although Mize is starting to get some tread on the tire. And I don't know how many people are going to, given he's hurt again. Urshela and Canna, as veteran players, they're not going to fetch you much unless you package them with a Flaherty. Jack got paid enough for 1 year. Let him go. That's from somebody who's in favor of trading him. Why can't we trade Flaherty and re-sign him after the season? He will still be a free agent. That always gets brought up. Trade him and bring him back. It never happens.
Has it ever happened in the history of sports?
I don't know. It always gets brought up, and it just never happens.
Always get him back.
Yeah, it seems so logical and like, so, okay, this is easy. We get both.
Yep.
But I feel like you're right, Doug. I don't remember it happening ever.
The ratio of it getting suggested to it actually happening is completely out of whack.
So to your point on Colt Keith, he was not a top 100 prospect last year.
Okay.
He was the 4th rated prospect in the Tigers organization, was outside the top 100. But if I remember correctly, he was like just outside the top 100.
Yep.
But their top prospects a year ago were Jackson Jobe, Jace Young, and Wilmer Flores. Flores has been a big flop this year. I think he might even be hurt. But Colt Keith was number 4. Ty Madden was 5. And Ty Madden's been horrible this year. So to your point, find somebody else's Colt Keith. Yeah, if you can, obviously. Find that guy that's been doing great in the minors, but hasn't gotten that uptick on the rating yet.
Just not quite yet.
Yeah, but look, teams know. Teams know who they're like. Oh, you have him outside top 100. Oh, good for you. Because guess what? We value him as, our third best prospect and probably top 50 in baseball.
But you also have to realize the Tigers, they were able to identify Cole Keith because he was in their organization.
Yeah.
Yep.
They had eyeballs on him every single day in the locker room, all that stuff, the work ethic, everything. When you go out to other organizations, you have to trust your scouts, and they have only
100%.
so much information that they can work with.
248-539-9797. Let's go to Joe in West Bloomfield. Hi, Joe.
Yeah, so 11 more games until the trade deadline expires? Is that right?
I think it's more than that, but anyway, yes.
So, what if they, after that, or before that period, what if they're 5 games over 500? I mean, I can see getting rid of Flaherty. The Tigers can still play well without him, but I don't think you start dumping some players that could be core. I think you start building at this point.
So they'd have to go, 15-5 in the next 20 games to get to that point?
Yeah, they're 4 games under now.
And looking at the teams,
what do you do theoretically?
Well, I'm just saying, you get 3 teams that are in the wild card, and right now the third place wild card team is 10 games above 500.
Right.
So
even if you don't make the playoffs this year, but you're building.
Okay, but if you want to hang on to Flaherty.
No, I didn't. I say I'm okay with getting rid of Flaherty.
Okay.
I just don't want to start dumping some other players that potentially.
okay.
Could be
I mean, if you're talking about like a Scooble move or something like that, I'm not.
No,
I'm not sold on it. I'm more open to it now than I was, a week ago. But yeah, I think that's a different animal altogether.
Yeah, that's a whole different conversation, which we can discuss. But as it stands right now, doesn't seem likely. Flaherty makes sense, right? Rental player, veteran player. Yeah. Maybe it was brought in as much to do this with as he was to try and win now.
Yeah, I mean the Tigers with Scooble, they could be proactive I suppose if they wanted to be proactive, they could be proactive. I don't imagine they're being proactive about moving Tarek Scooble. I think if they're going to, they'll listen to offers, but they're not making offers.
Okay, I'd be dangling the hell out of Tarek Scooble. I would be proactive about it.
Would you?
Without question, with almost no intention of trading him.
Okay.
But I'm looking for the Godfather offer.
You're trying to see what the
yeah,
market is. Okay.
I would be absolutely marketing Scooble as accessible. And when somebody gives me that offer that is ridiculous, that I just can't say yes to, because you're not even close. We already have an offer better than that. What else you got?
Yeah.
I mean, I
like that tactic.
Yeah.
Oh, from whom? Hey, I'm just saying, I already have an offer better.
Yeah.
Step it up.
Next text. My vote is to keep Flaherty and Scooble. We're building a solid young pitching staff. That's from Tim and Hal. Again, we've made the case for keeping Flaherty. It's just I wouldn't do it. And we've laid out all the reasons why. If they did keep Flaherty and signed him long term, or he accepted the qualifying offer, you could be looking at next year a rotation that looks like a playoff rotation that needs the roster needs the upgrade as far as the bats are concerned. From an unnamed texter, Torque Baez Maeda for a hot dog vendor to be announced at a later date.
We have an update on the dogs?
Oh, they're looking good, Kenny says.
I'm going to make a little bit of a call here as it pertains to the hot dogs. This is such a good conversation going on right now with phone calls and feedback. I think we should keep it going and preempt any previously scheduled programming.
The dogs are coming in, Doug. They're making their way. I think there's a man with the white gloves and everything. It's like the Stanley Cup.
Yeah, we need to get the condiments from the fridge up front. Get those ready to go. Doug, you got your onions ready to go?
Yeah, I'm going to go get them.
And how about the diced onions?
Kenny's like the keeper of the hot dogs. He's coming in here like,
I like it. Well, Kenny and I walked out there and looked at them about 10 minutes ago, and they started snapping. They're popping.
That's that natural case.
Yeah. They sounded great. They look good.
All right, so here's the deal. My guess is this is probably going to be a much better visual than it is in audio, but Gator, you and Kang will have to describe it to the radio audience. The rest of you that have access, I would go to twitch.tv. You know, would they accept my resignation right now?
You can go to YouTube as well, Doug.
YouTube.com.
Yeah,
search up
don't wanna
971 The
forget
Ticket. Don't we have any breaking news?
Breaking news, Doug's about to eat a hot dog.
There's got to be something
That's
like
pretty breaking.
really breaking that preempts.
Yeah, those natural casings are breaking right now, man.
We're going to have a Wimbledon semifinals update. The audience wants to hear that, don't they? 11:02?
How about this? I got some breaking Tigers news.
Do you?
Jason Beck says, not surprisingly, Tigers weekend series versus the Dodgers has sold very well. Limited seats and standing room only available for tonight.
Let's talk about it.
And Saturday afternoon. More seats for Sunday. But hey, they're doing well.
Let's talk about it. This is a big story in Detroit.
Yeah.
I mean, Scooble, you got Ohtani.
I agree. It's a big topic. I think we need to
get to it next.
Eat something, get something in our stomach first before we discuss it. Yeah.
FML 97.1 The Ticket.
We're brought to you by Northville Lumber. Tigers, after the blowout 10-1 of Cleveland yesterday, have now won 6 of the last 7 games. Their record improves to 45-49. ahead of their series in Negro League weekend against the LA Dodgers at Comerica Park. It begins with 6:40 tonight, the first pitch. Right here on 97 on the ticket, Tarek Skubal pitching tonight against Shohei Ohtani and the Dodgers. After finishing third in the NFL Coach of the Year voting last year, Lions' Dan Campbell now ranked 8th according to CBS Sports, one behind Jim Harbaugh of the LA Chargers. Lions open camp for rookies on Saturday, July 20th. Meanwhile, the Red Wings assigned their first-round draft pick. That's forward Michael Branzig-Nygaard to a 3-year deal worth just under $3 million. The Pistons formally signed former Buck player Malik Beasley to a reported $6 million, which will leave them still about $14 million in cap space. From the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeff Lesson. For more 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, we've reached the 0 hour. And we're ready to go here. Onions have been applied.
Where's Gator?
Mustard have been applied. I'm not particularly concerned where Gator is. I'm ready to go.
Hey, we got to let people get online first of all, the YouTube, Twitch, for the video.
We told them, and they've...
yeah, well, it takes time, Doug. Hold on.
We've told them, and so I'm ready to go. I've got the dog.
Seriously, where's Gator?
I don't know. But
hey, let me read you the ingredients first.
No. I am paying up right now. Let me eat then read me the ingredients.
This is a natural.
I am paying up right now.
A natural case wiener. This is actually a good wiener,
Here we go.
Doug.
First bite.
Doug.
Stop that.
Doug.
What? Oh, yeah. You want the hot dog in the bun, huh?
You got to show the people what you're about to eat.
Is that the overcooked one?
Oh, believe me. Feel it.
Oh, yeah. Look at the other side. It's pretty dark.
I wouldn't call that overcooked, but
it's cooked.
Thought I was going to get away with just eating the bun with the
No,
mustard
you
and the onions.
I'm very excited about this moment.
Are you?
Yeah, I wanted to read him the ingredients, all this stuff. He was like he was being all Doug about it. It's a good hot dog, Gator. This is an expensive, natural cased wiener.
Yes. No, I know. We put a bunch of them on the carousel, had them going for like the last half hour.
Yeah.
And some of them started to actually, one of them split and popped in half and shot out of the machine. That's how these things are well done.
They're done. This is. You sure you know what natural casing means, Doug?
I know what natural casing means.
Thanks, man.
Thanks to.
These things look great. The keeper of the dogs just dropped off 2 dogs for me here. Look fantastic.
You know, I brought with me some Better Made special red hot barbecue potato chips for you, just in case.
I do appreciate this. This is actually the nicest thing you've done here. Is some sort of.
Oh, thank you, buddy. I also brought the wildfire chili lime Better Made.
Do some people put chips on hot dogs?
Some people do.
Some people do, but you're not going to.
Yeah, it's just it's an after.
Yeah.
Thanks to Winter's Sausage Company and Shannon, who brought by and dropped off their hot dogs, Michigan-made company in East Point. We do appreciate it.
It says there's onion and garlic spices in this.
Yeah, it's all good stuff.
Yeah, along with phosphate.
What are you waiting for?
Pork
I'm
water.
I'm ready if you are.
Yeah, I mean,
beef.
I don't have any mustard ketchup here, but I can take a bite out of it without it right now.
I want to watch Doug enjoy this.
Yeah, I do want to watch Doug enjoy it. Let's go.
Go to twitch.tv. Search up 971 The Ticket, or go to youtube.com if you want to watch. You guys can describe. Here's my question. It's all seriousness. I got one more question.
Yeah?
Do you think... I want you to just please, for just 1 second, try to be on Team Doug here.
Yeah,
please.
When am I not on Team Doug?
This entire topic, you've not been on Team Doug.
That's true.
Probably more true than that.
Do you think it would be better for me to just power this down quickly? And I know you're going to want to say, no, savor it. But if you're in my shoes, like if, for instance, this was a plate full of sauteed mushrooms that I was making you eat, and you had to eat it.
I would never make a bet. That's stupid.
But if that were the case.
Yeah, I would probably try to pile it down.
Quickly.
But they would. I think that's leading to a reversal if you do that. I want you to take like at least one bite where you chew it and let us know how it tastes for you. The first hot. Doug's got the forbidden meat in his hands right now.
I'm just like I said.
You was red onion too.
Oh yeah, I'm more worried about the texture
You won't be because this dog is cooked perfectly. So, all right, here we go. Yeah, get in there.
Does this? Oh no,
no, you.
I'm not. I got
Not
a
only are
choice
you going
here?
to eat that, but you're going to tell us what's going on. All right, here we go.
Yeah, here we go.
Doug's got the dog in his hands. He's going to take the first bite. He is shying away. He's laughing. It's that nervous laughter you have, like if you're ready to bungee jump for the first time and you just don't want to do it yet.
You get that ocean mouth or
Yeah,
something?
a little bit. Yeah, you know what? It's going to help digest the everything else. All right, Doug, let's go. Big bite for a big boy. There you go. Get that snap. There's the snap.
You hear that snap?
You can hear it. You can hear it.
Just enjoy it. Chew it. There you go.
All right. Onions in the bun, the dog. It's not bad.
There's no ketchup or mustard?
Yeah,
I
it's
missed
like a turkey.
Oh,
It's like
there's
a
mustard?
turkey dog, but it's not a turkey dog.
No, it's actually pork,
It's
beef.
just like a turkey dog.
2% less of.
Not bad. He's not. The face he's making is not as bad as I thought.
Because it's good.
I know it's good.
Hey, this is a bad time to let you know you got a live read after this, too. It's Michigan Credit Union 9323.
That's great time. Perfect time.
Can I do it now?
No. What are you, about halfway through that dog?
So
or
what are you thinking? You going to finish it now or are you going to take your
third
time?
of the way? About a third of the way through?
This is so weird.
Oh, you got.
This
Come
is
on.
really weird.
What's weird? Is it? It's not texture anymore, is it? It's not what you.
No, it's the texture. It's definitely the texture. The onions are doing a hell of a job.
Okay.
They're doing a lot of the heavy lifting here.
All
They
right.
are.
Well,
Yeah.
so are your hands. Oh, I got that snap. Can you hear that snap
That's
on the
a
air?
good dog, man.
I know.
You're lucky we gave you a good dog.
I'm drooling right now. I'm so. This looks great.
Does it?
Yeah.
Now, the interesting thing, Gator, is really like in half an hour.
He's fine. He's fine. All right, he's breaking open the Red Hot Better Made barbecue chips.
Doug's body is like, what the hell's going on right
Yeah.
now?
Oh, what's this tasty goodness?
What's coming? Something's coming down here, boys. What is this?
My stomach is yelling, invasion!
That's a presence I haven't sensed in 30 years.
All hands on deck.
Yeah. All right, more dog, less potato chip. Let's go.
We still got 2 minutes in the segment.
I understand, but I think the next bite is a big bite. Oh, look at the big boy. Look at the big boy.
You unlock the jaw?
Come on. A little anaconda action on that one.
Right?
Nice. It's cooked through. Any part of you enjoying this at all?
Yeah, come
like
on.
a little bit? I mean, is it
No,
not even like, is it better than you thought it'd be?
no, it's not.
Maybe-
I'm sorry. I'm open-minded, but no.
I don't know how open-minded he is.
No. Yeah, you might have to try a second one to be sure. Like at noon when you finish this one.
Yeah.
Just to be sure. You never know.
Or 11:30. I mean, what do you, he's, there's no reversal. He's just
No, he's
covering
just
his
covering
mouth
his
because
mouth,
he's
yeah.
chewing. He doesn't want to be rude to the viewers online right now.
That's just good etiquette.
That is.
This is like the biggest hot dog ever.
It's not that. It's actually not at all.
We
Not
should have
even
got you a
close.
Costco dog. That's a big dog.
Oh man.
Oh, and it's good too.
Yeah. These look really good.
These
though.
are regular sized dogs.
Oh, what do you think you have? Like one bite left?
Yeah, one bite left.
Good for you.
He's putting it down, folks.
Yeah.
This ain't no bologna sandwich.
No,
He's enjoying this.
Am I?
you are. I think you
Okay.
are.
Are you enjoying it more than a bologna sandwich?
If I
Oh, hey, let him chew. Let him chew. Don't
let
let
me
him.
just finish this and we'll
Yeah.
talk.
Yeah. Okay.
Oh,
There it goes.
Did Doug, when you get a chance, I'd like to know like how the wife reacted when you told her the news. Your family as a whole,
they
everyone
were
knows.
dying.
Okay.
They were absolutely dying.
You could drink water if you wanted to at this
I'm
point.
going to.
Try to wash it down and
Chips out.
yeah.
Chips.
Chips are good.
It's
Chips
like
are
the
good.
scene from Dumb and Dumber, the ketchup
Yeah.
buster. This helps.
Pills are
Hey,
good.
Gator, there might be another scene from Dumb and Dumber coming up.
I know that scene.
I'm shaving. Exactly.
Yeah, I'll meet you there.
Okay. There it is. There it is.
Good job, man.
Yeah, I think the people on Twitch have responded. They think you've done a great job here. Put Doug back on the meat train. He did it. Lots of hot dog emojis. Yes. Dougie likes it.
Dougie likes it.
Someone says looked like a hamster. I don't know what that means. Good job, Doug. Good job, Doug. Lots of great. Oh, there's a Lois emoji out there on Twitch as well.
Oh. Dog. That's for dog. As low as a hot dog.
Yes, exactly.
Good looking dog.
It's hot and then dog.
Dude, you did me such a solid with these chips.
See, he cares about you. I would not let you have the chips.
How do you say I'm not on Team Doug?
Yeah.
How would you say I'm not on Team Doug with that?
Well, because you're being kind of mean, actually. To start. You're kind of being mean, man.
Whatever. Thanks for not welching, Douglas. We're proud of you.
Yeah.
Well done, Doug.
Well, I'm glad.
One more dog. People are saying
One more
dog.
dog. One more dog. One more dog. One more dog.
No?
No effing way.
Doug is champ of the week. Look at that.
Wow.
High praise.
Well,
way to go, Douglas. Always honoring your bets.
I really hope that there's no reversal.
Why would there be a reversal?
No, your body wants this.
Bad potato chips?
You must be mistaken my body for somebody else's body.
Doug successfully took a trip to Wienertown.
All right, Doug.
Once you go beef, you never go back.
Population Doug.
Yeah.
All right, it's done. It's done.
Glizzy Gobbler.
Doug Karsh just ate a hot dog, people.
I did.
Another one says, do another one. We got people who want more.
So there's a moral to this story that everyone can learn from. Be careful what you say when you open your big effing mouth. Because I just paid for what for me is a pretty big price.
Way to go, Doug. I'm proud of you.
Great.
You took it down.
It's done. It's all done.
And now I can have my hot
And it
dog
won't
while
be
you do this live.
and it won't be done again.
I need
Thank you everybody for tuning in. And we'll keep updating you how I feel throughout the program. Because I got to be honest. I'm feeling really bloaty right now. But
really awesome?
No. Really, even you, when you eat a hot dog, do you feel awesome?
Gator's already
Gator's
he's
like
left. He wants
Gator
to
left
eat
the
hot
studio
dog.
because he couldn't wait to eat his hot dog.
Gator might have a bunch of hot dogs today.
Thank you, everybody, for listening. Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, congrats to all the Michigan Wolverines drafted in the NFL for 2024. The University of Michigan Credit Union is cheering you on loud and proud. UMCU is a proud partner of Michigan Athletics and the official credit union of the Detroit Lions. One might say they're the leaders and best in financial services. I just suited up with UMCU, and you can too, no matter where you hail from. You're eligible to join, and signing up is easy. I actually scored one of their cool debit cards, their sports debit cards, the Lions debit card, the Block M debit card, the Winged Helmet debit card. And with your UMCU debit card, your card plays at millions of stores, hotels, and restaurants worldwide. Need some cash in your pockets? Hit up the thousands of surcharge-free ATMs conveniently spread across Michigan and beyond. Open your account today at umcu.org and get in the game. But hey, while you're there, check out the resources for student, auto, or home loans. University of Michigan Credit Union, proudly repping your official Block M debit card. Win with UMCU.
All right.
And now we wait.
I'm not going to lie. 2 things. A, I am proud of you.
Thank you.
You tried to weasel out and you didn't.
Oh.
I'm proud of you. The other thing is that hot dog is outstanding.
Tremendous.
I mean, seriously, gang, I've had a lot of hot dogs in my day.
Me too.
And that might be, I mean, it's in the top 5 for sure. It might be number 1. That dog is amazing.
That was a good dog.
The natural casing.
The snap. Oh, cooked perfectly, Kenny. Good job.
Who was it that brought those in for us? It was like Winters brand.
Sausage Company.
Oh, so good.
Shannon Waters. Thank you, Shannon.
Thank you, Shannon. You're a real trooper. I mean, honestly, it's one of the best hot dogs I've ever had. Jimmy said the same thing. Kang, you're on board.
Absolutely. I'm not talking here. Doug, we served you up a good hot dog.
Yeah, this is, yeah.
Really
good. And they're all different kinds of dogs. Like we could have gone with a, all beef, kosher dog, which are great. Could have gotten the super all beef dogs you get at Costco, which are great. Could have gone a bunch of different ways. This natural casing dog from Winters is amazing. So congratulations. You got this. You stepped up your game today.
Okay. I will take your word for it.
You might
that
move
was
in the top 8 now.
a quality in the category. You're saying it is quality in the category, and
the carousel did a great job of cooking them, King.
I might have to get one for the basement. Go alongside the roller.
With the roller? 2 hot dog things?
Dude, that's how good this dog was.
Man.
That's how good this hot dog was.
That's how good it was.
Wait a sec. Would it be any different on the roller?
I think that he is not actually touching the hot dog with this carousel.
Right. The roller.
It
would like the condensation coming off the dog would kind of stay with it.
Mm-hmm.
With the carousel, it drops, because it's constantly spinning it around.
Oh, wait. Do you want to try one on the roller? Is that what you're saying, Doug?
Yeah.
Okay. I got you.
Little,
right.
You my man.
Comparison.
Right.
All right, yeah.
Not a chance. So here's the thing about this. Honestly, someone who hasn't had a hot dog in over 30 years, when I have the Impossible Whopper, it brings back the sense memory of when I actually used to eat Whoppers.
Yeah.
That didn't bring back anything. Like I didn't like it.
You never had a dog like this before.
Maybe not. But you said something that I didn't give much thought to and didn't really expect it to be a factor. The snap. Oh. I had no appreciation for when I bit into it. It totally snapped. And
I hope that came over the air, because I could hear it in studio. And that's when I was like, oh, my natural reaction was, that you did a snap? Yeah. And Doug said during the commercial, like, yeah, I heard the snap. Not a fan of the snap, huh?
Nope.
That's real sheep right there, man.
Mixing meats.
The texture is, there's not going to be a lot of people out there that are in my shoes, but if those who are that don't eat these things, it's the texture that gross me out more than anything.
People are confirming on Twitch that they were able to hear it, the snap.
Yeah.
So good.
Yep.
Oh, man.
Texters are loving you, Doug. I mean, they're saying right now you can have your man card back for one day.
It's back for a day.
I totally forgot Doug wears a bike helmet for a few minutes there. I mean, you're getting love, my friend.
What happens if I don't hold it down?
Well, you probably lose the man card, but the bit's done. So,
yeah. Okay. All right, good.
I think you'll hold it down. You don't feel sick, do you?
I feel weird. I have to, my stomach feels.
I think it's just the adrenaline of doing it.
It could be, yes. And it could be 100% like psychosomatic, like totally brought on because I know I just. Chips. I know these chips
are great.
You did me a solid. Midway through that, sort of getting the taste out of my mouth with the potato chips was great.
Nothing but the best for my man. Okay, nothing but the best. Brought you the best potato chip with Better Made, and we got you the best hot dog with the Winters sausage.
Yep. All right, good. So we can move on.
I mean, unless you're ready to do another hot dog.
No, I'm good. How many hot dogs did Kenny cook?
I don't know. Whatever, we had like 3 or 4 packages in there, so.
Okay.
Yeah, we're
limited on buns though because.
No, we might get some more.
Oh, guess.
Yeah, that's how good these hot dogs.
I can't wait to have my second dog.
Good.
dreaming about it right now.
Sweet. Go for
I
it.
can't believe you're not going back in.
You can't believe I'm not going back in? Are you serious?
I thought
cannot
maybe
possibly be
having the
serious.
best dog was going to change your mind a little bit. I guess not.
No, I guess he's starting a new streak today.
Yeah.
or tomorrow.
Until the next bet he loses.
Yeah.
All right, next 35 years. I'll do
Would
it.
you ever put this up as in terms of a bet? Would you ever have this as the payoff for a bet?
Would I
Again.
ever do this again?
Yeah. Would you ever risk the hot dog?
Nope. No, I would not. Okay, so I woke up this morning at like 4:15.
Yeah.
And I didn't even think about it, that I never got back to sleep. I kind of faded out at one point, but I never really got back to sleep. And now it just occurred to me, maybe this had something to do with it. I knew what was coming today, and I was not.
Well, of course.
I was not.
It's like dreading it. It's like going to the dentist or something, man. Nobody wants to.
Oh.
Although everybody wants a hot dog except for Doug.
Yeah, and you could.
But you were dreading this moment.
But you know, the truth is, your thing is mushrooms, right?
Absolutely.
Yeah. Would you ever make a bet?
No.
Okay. Kang, do you have a food that would totally freak you out like this?
I don't know about like this, but I mean, of course, there's foods I don't like. Durian fruit. You guys ever hear of that?
I've heard of it, yeah.
The most stinky fruit
It's supposed to have
possible.
an obnoxious smell.
Yeah, that'd be pretty bad. But that would get everybody. I feel like the smell.
But that's like that's why I get back to the whole exotic thing. Like I like everyday stuff, like mushrooms is like an everyday thing. I can't. Is there an everyday food that you're like you can't stand? You think it's disgusting?
No, I would pretty much try anything. I love all seafood. You know, I guess I'm just a bigger man than Doug. No, I'm not kidding.
So,
there's probably something I got to think of.
Well, because Doug has done. He's lost a couple of bets, and was you had bologna.
Yeah,
and
bologna.
I can totally get bologna is a weird texture.
I lost a
and the whole
bet to
thing.
Jansen. I had to eat a burger.
So between the burger, the bologna, and the hot dog, which one did you enjoy the most? When I say enjoy,
Which one did I hate the least?
Which one did you hate the least?
Probably the burger.
The burger. Okay.
Followed by hot dog. Bologna was awful.
Bologna is off the charts.
Just
terrible for you.
Absolutely. I mean, Trek.
Safe to say the stakes for a bet will never revolve around a bologna sandwich again. Or a slice of bologna.
I'm not doing any of this stuff ever again. No, that was it.
Oh, don't
that
say
was
that.
a one and done.
Don't say that.
All good.
Oh, Doug.
We've done it, and we're all good. So, okay. Let's get back to this Tiger discussion as we approach the trade deadline. Actually, Gator watched. Let's do this. Let's get to receiver. You watched a couple of episodes, and I picked it up midway through episode 4 last night, and the first thing that happened made me go, of course. We'll get to that today at 11:31 here on Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket. Hanging in there. Feel a little queasy, but hanging in there. I ain't gonna lie, the snap messed with me, man. You told me about it, but I didn't truly appreciate it until, Gator, you just powered down another one?
Yeah, no bun, though, because you're not sharing. So
I thought you brought buns.
I did, but we've gone through. We've got crew here.
You went through all of them?
We were 8.
Okay, well, I would have given you a bun then. Sorry.
It's all right. You know what? Because I had it, and it tasted like having a beef stick. It was so good.
Yeah, that's been an innovation in hot dogs, the snap. That's something, if you don't eat them for 30 years, stuff changes.
Coney's have been all about them. Most Coney places have the natural casing snap.
Okay, so you watch some of Receiver. Now, for people who aren't familiar with Receiver, it's a Netflix show. And Netflix does a really good job with the behind-the-scenes sports stuff. I've been a big advocate since I one night bored looking for something on Netflix and started watching Drive to Survive, which is the Formula One behind-the-scenes stuff. I knew nothing about Formula One, but I really enjoyed the show, and I started binge-watching Drive to Survive. And now know way more about Formula One than I ever would have expected. I do not watch the races. I just watch the show, which is really weird. But I've tried to watch the races, and the races, Formula One racing is unique in this aspect in that nobody ever passes anyone. It feels like it. Feels like there's so little passing.
They just spin out and people pass them that way?
Exactly, and they bump into each other occasionally. But there is passing, but it's so...
Well, because the course is like 2 cars wide at best.
Yeah, it's really difficult. It's not like NASCAR at all.
And lots of twists and turns.
Yeah. So with that said, and I get a little bored with the races, but I love the show, and kind of wondering why they keep parading out Daniel Ricciardo, but he keeps getting chances, and I like him, and he's a great character on the show. Maybe that's the only reason why. Great personality. Anyway, so they got this. They did quarterback last year, which was behind the scenes with the NFL quarterbacks, the 3 of them, Patrick Mahomes, Kirk Cousins, and Marcus Mariota. This year they're doing receivers. Justin Jefferson, Deebo Samuel, George Kittle, Devontae Adams, Amon-Ra St. Brown. Did I forget anybody?
Nope,
that's
5.
Okay. And so we're watching for Amon-Ra. We come for Amon-Ra, we stay for the whole of it. It's really actually really
Great
good.
show.
It's made me like Devontae Adams a lot more. Justin Jefferson's really likable. He seems like a kid.
He's a young man.
Kittle. So here's what happened to me. I got on the air yesterday and just said, God, enough with Kittle. Like, he's too much. He's just too much. In the real world, I think people would find Kittle to be awfully annoying. And after a while, be like, all right, dude, can you gear down? So I watched 3.5 episodes. I started watching the rest of episode 4 yesterday after the show. The first thing that happens is one of the first sort of, I thought, authentic Kittle moments where I'm like, great, this is the first thing I see today after I just trashed the guy in the air. He had a really cool interaction with an Army veteran. And I'm like, all right, that seems authentic. He does seem like that came across really well.
Here's what I noticed with it, because I only saw the first 2 episodes.
You watched the first 2 yesterday after the show.
And what I noticed is, okay, is Kittle a little hyperactive? He is. But he's true to who he is. That's just who he is. I don't think he's putting on for the camera necessarily, because they showed, clips of him when he was at Iowa. Same guy. When he and his wife were talking, or his wife was talking about the relationship and how it started when, she was playing basketball in college and he was a football player, and he just made a comment to her in passing, hey, nice helmet, which is something I'm sure you've heard a million times. It just made it seem like it's just authentic. That's who he is. He's outgoing. He's personable. He's upbeat, and maybe too much for some people's taste, and I get it, but I don't think he's portraying something that he's not. So he's genuine as that. Now, you can take it or leave it, but he doesn't come across to me as this guy. This guy. He's loving the attention. This is just what he wants. I think this is the guy.
I think he loves the attention, but I think he is genuine. And you're right about not everyone liking it, just because it's not their preference, I would say. But I do think he's for the most part genuine, but it can be a lot for people.
I think he's a little quirky, a little awkward,
So we did have a station cameo. Our guy TJ Lang has an exchange with Devontae Adams because they played together in Green Bay.
Gotcha.
And Devontae Adams came into Detroit last year with the Raiders, and TJ's down on the field for our broadcast, and they saw each other, and they chatted, and it was really cool.
Spoiler
cool to
alert.
see. Well, I mean, it maybe draw people to it to see what they talked about.
Oh.
Yeah. But we came close to having a specific Carson Anderson cameo. Close-ish. Kang, you had a bit of a run-in.
Oh yeah, I did. This show was filmed last year, of course, and I was actually at one of the sports memorabilia stores that I always frequent in Livonia, Pro Sports Zone, and Amon-Ra, he has a bunch of merch. I don't know if you've seen it, guys, but he's got shirts that Sun God, Amon-Ra St. Brown shirts, all this the Lions gear, and he has it in the store. So he was there checking out his own merch, but the camera crews were with him, and obviously I was there. I don't think I got in it or anything like that, but it did cross my mind to do something like do the walk by and like kind of rub up against them, maybe like, hey, what's up, Sun God? They're filming. Oh, okay, my bad.
You were going to do a walkthrough?
Yeah. But no, so I saw it at the time. I did not know it was I thought it was something for NFL Films, from what I remember.
Yeah.
But I did not know it was the Netflix show. So yeah, I mean, they're around town. I'm sure a lot of people probably saw, maybe not a lot, but some people probably saw, they were dining in downtown Birmingham in, I think, one of the early episodes.
Yeah.
So
they were.
220, I think it was. And you might have been in the restaurant, saw,
Yeah, I don't know if anybody did see Amon-Ra out in public with the crew following him
Speaking German with his family. Nobody could understand it except for them.
Did you enjoy the Amon-Ra segments?
Yeah, I mean, it's 2 episodes into it. I mean, yeah. It was really more. I don't think there was any Amon-Ra in episode 2. It was all episode 1.
Yeah, I think it was episode
They've
1.
kind of just introduced a couple different other receivers. Here's but one of the things we discussed yesterday, what I was hoping to see and what I'd like, is that when you start to realize it, hey, dummy, they got 2 players from San Francisco, so you're going to see them a lot and a lot of interaction. The fact that San Francisco plays the Lions is great, because then you got Amon-Ra with those 2 guys. You've got Amon-Ra and Jefferson going to go at it twice, which we haven't seen through the first couple of episodes because they play the Vikings twice. So there's a lot of interaction among these players, and everybody plays Kansas City at some point. So you got the Raiders that play them twice.
Yep.
Lions played them to start the season, and then you've got San Francisco, obviously, that plays them in the Super Bowl. It's kind of cool that you're going to have all these interactions with these players. It's not just, we're focusing on this player, and you'll never see him take on one of the other guys. It's kind of cool how that works.
I agree, and the show's really well done. So, got a question for Detroiters on this. In fact, we're going to take 10 texts on it. Now that the Detroit Lions have become an interesting team, a team that gets attention, a team that people want more of, I don't know that it's a given that they're going to go to another position next year. But they did quarterback in year 1. They're doing receiver in year 2. If they change positions for Detroit, who do you want to see in year 3? What position do you want, and which Detroit Lion would you like to see featured? For instance, if they, did running back, you'd want to see Jahmyr Gibbs. But who is the personality or the player from the Lions you would most want to see featured? 248-539-9797. Give us the player and the reason why. And we prefer that you sign your text.
Makes sense. You got to sign the text. It gets credit for it. You don't want to upset him.
Send him over at 248-539-9797. We'll read the 10 texts coming up. If they were to change positions, which Detroit Lion would you hope would make the cut and be on the show? 248-539-9797. I'm not going to lie. I'm going to go to the restroom.
What for?
Come on.
You got number 2, or you got a reversal?
It's not going to be a reversal, but I got to get through this quickly because I got to go to the restroom. And by get through this quickly, I mean the following. Looking for plans this weekend? Twin Peaks is ready to host the party with action-packed events all weekend long. Starting Saturday, you'll have the third-place game for both Euro and Copa Americas to get ready for Sunday's final. Then it's an all-out brawl, DAZN, boxing, UFC fight night. Turning up the heat Saturday night. Why watch it all at the Peaks? Well, for starters, there isn't a better game day atmosphere outside of actually being at the event. Game audio is pumped through the entire state-of-the-art AV system with wall-to-wall TVs showing all the action. There isn't a bad seat in the house. And did you know they have a scratch kitchen? This isn't your grandpa's bar. They hand-cut New York strips, smoked wings, ribs, and brisket, and hand-cut and bread to order their boneless wings and tenders. Now pair all that with a bar menu featuring 29-degree draft beers, 29-degree, 24 ounces, extensive bourbon list, whiskeys, tequilas, cocktail menu loaded with mules, margaritas, and old fashions. You think you died and gone to heaven. Don't believe me? See for yourself. Circle back Sunday for the Euro Copa Championship. Your last real sports action until football season. Twin Peaks, eats, drinks, scenic views.
I just look over my shoulder and see if there's a talk show host walking this way. I don't see one. I don't see one. Doug is indisposed right now.
Come on, man.
I mean,
you know what? It could be anything. He's a regular guy. He's real regular.
Don't you blame it on the dog, okay? Don't blame it on the dog. I mean, really, it kind of depends on what happens. I blame it on, if anything, it's anxiety.
Nothing moves through you that fast.
No,
right? It's only
absolutely
been
not.
45 minutes, 40 minutes.
If it's going to move that fast, it's going to come out the front end.
Yes, exactly.
Not the backside.
Yeah.
So it ain't the dog. It's the anxiety. He's like, oh, I wondered why we got up at 4:15. Because you were nervous about this. Because you had it on your mind the whole time. I'm glad he didn't have it on his mind while he was on vacation. It would have ruined his vacation. But it made my day. Did it make your day, Kang?
Yeah, and I got to eat an awesome hot dog.
Delicious hot dog. Look, let's not bury the lead. We found a new hot dog. That's the story out of this. Oh, delicious.
It's a good dog.
So good. That carousel is great. I think it might be like a monthly thing where we just get dogs, the winter's hot dogs, and throw them out there on the carousel.
Yeah.
I mean, we should think about that because that's
well, I'm sure Doug approves.
I mean, I don't think he can stop with just one. He's still not back.
Usually he's quick, too.
Yeah. He's doing the live read, and he's getting to the last 10 seconds of the live read, and he's taking his earphones out, like ready to make a run for it. As soon like he is out the door as soon as that read finished up. And he did finish up. Listen, he lost the bet, and he didn't welch. He tried to kind of weasel out of it earlier in the week, hoping there was some semantical advantage to him with what he had said exactly, despite what his spirit meant. But fortunately, it came out. No, he spelled it out exactly what the parameters of the bet were. So there's coming back with a shirt off.
Whoa! You know, when you take the shirt off, Gator, in the bathroom, I mean, that's something happened.
Plus, it's cold in this building. Doug was complaining about how cold it is in here. I turned it up a degree, and
he took the shirt off, guys.
You all right?
Yeah, I'm fine.
Yeah, you can't blame that on the hot dog because the hot dog is still here. It didn't go there.
Whatever, man. I'm not interested in blaming it on anything.
Was the station on in there or was it another station? Okay, so you can hear me explain. I think anxiety plays a role.
Not only did I hear the end of my live read, I heard the beginning of the next segment and you saying it wasn't the hot dog's fault.
No, don't blame the dog. I blame the anxiety.
Why did I wake up at 4:15? Because
anxiety.
I was worried about this. Yeah, I heard you say that whole thing. Yeah,
that's all.
Yeah. Sorry. I apologize.
Don't apologize. No. Hey, look, today, I'm not going to say you can do no wrong, but I got your back, brother.
Thanks. I appreciate it. So the dog has been eaten and something has come out. All right, you ready? You get to the 10 texts?
Yeah.
All right. So we asked the question before the break about whether or not if Netflix goes from quarterback to receiver, what position do you hope is next? Because you want to see another Lion featured. And there's a chance there will be another Lion featured. Given that we now have some cachet in this league, we have eyeballs on the Detroit Lions, and we seem to be an interesting team. A team that, dare we say, becomes a popular. Feels so weird. The Detroit Lions become a popular NFL team. Here's the feedback. Brian in Chicago says, I would like it to be defensive end Aiden Hutchinson, Ray and Buford, or is it Ray Buford? Is it Buford a place or is his name Ray Buford? I don't know. I'd like to see more on Brian Branch. I think he's going to have a big season and would like to see what makes him tick. Dominic from Northville. Penei Sewell to see the hardworking guys in the trenches putting in the work.
Yeah.
I want to see pass rusher. Aiden Hutchinson, hometown kid. Would love to see something like that with him. I see a Pro Bowl season for him this year. It's from Anthony Harrison Township. Centers. Frank Ragnow, Tony and Monroe.
Ragnow would be interesting because he's an interesting guy off the field and outdoorsman stuff and does
a lot of Applebee's.
Charity work with kids and stuff. So that'd be cool.
The thing is, centers do talk a lot. And And that would be a good one. I actually think on the offensive line, if they were to go O-line, I think it would be centers. How about head coach? Dan Campbell would be amazing on the show. There is an absolute certainty that if they decide to go head coach, which is basically Hard Knocks, isn't it? I mean, not exclusively,
but it's all him. You don't have the side stories.
It would be if they were to go head coach, Dan Campbell would probably be the first person they'd ask. He might not say yes, but he'd be the first person they'd ask.
Mm-hmm.
Running backs, Jahmyr Gibbs. He's the best running back. He'll be the best running back in the league in a few years. That's from Ben. Got to see Penne or Kirby Joseph. That's from Griffin in Waterford.
I wonder why either. I mean, we were hoping that people would give a reason.
Give a reason why. Yeah. Kicker, Jake Bates. Chicks dig the long ball. It's from an unnamed texter.
It's true.
Yeah.
What I understand.
Laporta, because he seems like a great guy. He is really likable.
He is.
So these are all really good suggestions. Really good suggestions.
Did you guys give yours?
So I think the most compelling character that stands out, you can actually see it in receiver, the little interaction that Amon-Ra has with J-Mo. J-Mo would be great, but we said what another position. I might go linebacker.
Of course.
What a shock. Well, that's because Doug would get a lot of airtime. Firmly affixed on his leg.
Actually, if they were to go linebacker. Sorry. They'd probably feature Anzalone before they'd feature Jack Campbell, wouldn't you think?
I think they'd feature a lot of people before they feature Jack Campbell.
Yeah. I am not casting the next show.
No, but I understand it's what you want to see.
Doug's would just be called Jack. And take it how you want.
There it is.
Take it how you want.
That's it. 100%. Yeah, I could see that. For me, it's Dan Campbell. I want to see the whole season with Campbell doing this. It would be awesome. His interactions with the team are great. Here's what we don't get to see. This is why the show is awesome. You get to see home life.
Yeah.
Want to see Dan Campbell home raising his daughters.
Dan Campbell, the dad.
Yeah, Dan Campbell, the dad. Dan Campbell decompressing after work. What's that like, Yep. He jokes all the time with the guys on Mondays, or whenever it is he comes on the show with the guys. Hey, had a couple beers. And just what else is he doing in his life? Like, we want to get to know Dan Campbell a little bit more.
His coffee order when he goes
right.
to it.
Oh, my God.
12 espresso shots or whatever.
Boom, 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 boom.
That's really funny. That would be good. That would definitely be good.
Doesn't he have a bunch of little dogs, like lap dogs?
Does he?
I think so. I could be wrong on that, but I thought that's what I heard.
Well, there you go. So a lot of good suggestions if the Lions are to get the marquee again with another position. By the way, one of the funnier interactions, I don't know if you've gotten to that point yet, but Devontae Adams injured his, I think it was his, was it an oblique?
Shoulder.
Was it shoulder?
Amon-Ra, because Amon-Ra was the oblique.
Oblique, okay.
And JJ was
he had a
shoulder, AC joint.
AC joint, right. They showed them in the huddle at one point.
Yeah.
And one of the offensive linemen says, yeah, I did my AC joint back in 2019. I still feel it to this day. And Devontae Adams in the huddle without missing anything says, thank you. That's very reassuring. This isn't a huddle during an NFL game. It was such a great interaction. So hopefully people can get a lot out of the show. 248-539-9797. I got a question about NBA Summer League. Now, you are considering going. You will be in Vegas next week. You are considering going?
Yeah.
Okay. It would be great to get a report back from you, and we'll, I don't know if it's in the cards as possible. I know that these things, you go into vacations with lots of plans. We did, and you come through on some of those plans. So,
it's like the bucket, Doug. Sometimes you can empty it, sometimes you can't.
Yeah. So, we do want to talk a little bit about Summer League because, hey, Pistons has some interesting young players that are playing out there. So we'll get into that next hour. Also, Gator, I'm going to ask you a question. There is a topic out there that I've seen on social media that I think everybody has heard of. And I'm not sure that anybody here knows anything about it.
Really?
Yep. But we'll get to that next hour as well. Additionally, kind of a big baseball series tonight. Is there a bigger game on the Tiger schedule than Skubal versus the Dodgers? Skubal versus Ohtani?
I mean, that's going to be fun to watch. And apparently it's like a sellout tonight. If you can't get to the game, obviously listen to it on the radio for sure. But if go out somewhere and you want to try to watch it, try to do that. And it feels like Skubal starts are. It's not like Verlander with must-see JV stuff because Verlander was literally almost he could throw no hitter any night. We haven't seen that yet from Skubal. He's come close. But the fact is, if you're going to watch a Skubal start, you've got a chance to watch the Tigers win.
Yep.
And they're playing much better baseball over the last 11 games. They won 8 of their last 11.
Yep. Well, could be an interesting series with the Dodgers going into the All-Star break as Tigers trying to hang on, but more importantly, young players blossoming, and Flaherty pitching well yesterday led to a big discussion at the beginning of the show about his tradability, which feels like it's back on, possibly, after yesterday's outing. 248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. All right, there was a bunch of sports talk in the first half of the show. What'd you just do?
Just bang my elbow against the side of the desk.
Did you?
Oh, yeah.
All right, well, what you did you hit your funny bone?
Nothing funny about that.
I know. But
No, that was just like directly on the elbow. That was bad.
Yeah.
I'll live.
Well,
just like you'll live.
Yes, I will. So we did sports talk in the first half of the show, but probably what resonated with the audience is I did eat a hot dog. And it was not what I would call my favorite. There's been one trip to the bathroom. I don't feel great, but I'm not expecting a reversal. You think there's a lot of mental? I don't disagree. I just know that I don't feel great.
How about a Sprite?
I might have to get something because I got to settle down my stomach and now my head is starting to hurt.
Oh, come on. Now the head?
I swear to God, man.
Give him a Werner's Gator.
Next thing he's going to ask for is a nap.
Can I just take like segment 3 off this?
No, you can't.
All right. Actually, scheduled for segment 3 isn't ironically an edition of Are You Going to Eat That? So that's coming up a little bit later on this hour. So the sports talk was centered mostly around Jack Flaherty. And look, this is one of the strangest Tiger seasons we've ever had. Starting with the fact that they're not accessible to a lot of Detroit. What I mean by that is many people have lost the television broadcasts. I feel like what we're experiencing now is what it was like to be a fan in the 60s. There was occasional TV broadcasts.
Right.
But you listen to games on the radio mostly. And that's sort of some weird psychological experiment. But I think that's probably caused a lot of people to check out, is they're just not seeing this team. We're grateful that we carry the games here on the radio, and there's no sport that translates as well as baseball on the radio. But the fact is that combined with a team that is middling, a team that has played around with 500, which is a frustrating place to be. When you're bad, you kind of understand it and recognize it. When you're good, you know that you're not going to win every game. This is as Bill James described it, and he was dead on. It was like he was writing a sonnet to Detroit Tiger fans. He said, but when you're 500, you live and die every game because you feel like you should be better. You see the wins, but they're always followed by losses. This team's been playing really well lately. They've been scoring runs, and they've had some young players blossom. But perhaps the most significant thing that's happened in a while was yesterday's Jack Flaherty appearance. Because Flaherty, if he's injured, doesn't have a lot of trade value, if any. They're going to get lowball offers, and teams aren't going to want to give up much for an injured rental. And he has had some back issues. But he came back yesterday with a vengeance. Lived in the mid-90s with his fastball, threw 80-something pitches, 6 innings, 2 hits, 4 strikeouts, 1 earned run.
2 walks.
And it came on a solo home run. And after the game said, yeah, he felt great physically.
Yeah, he just didn't give up any hard contact other than that home run. I mentioned the 2 walks because that's probably the part of the stat line that stands out to me because he doesn't walk guys, but first time back and got the job done. I mean, they were just base runners were hard to come by for Cleveland. The bullpen came in, did their job, and the Tigers come away with a win. And yeah, the big story is Jack Flaherty looks like he's healthy, and it's kind of bittersweet for him because I feel terrible. We're excited that he's healthy so we can trade him,
right?
You know, and it feels wrong to be of that mindset, and yet it's kind of where they're at. Unless they're able to work out some kind of extension with him before the trade deadline, if that's what they intend to do, okay. But even then I'd start to be a little leery because this is like 2 years in a row that he's had back issues and he's had injections. But I love what we've seen from Jack Flaherty this year. Has been more than a pleasant surprise. It's been the surprise of the Detroit baseball team, because if you looked at his track record and you saw it's so up and down, up and down, up and down, and really based on his health. When he pitched more, he was better. I think with just one season of exception. what was he going to be like? And he started off the season just on fire, striking out everybody, and still has this crazy ratio. It's like 115 strikeouts to 14 walks or something. It's amazing what he's done.
So, you try to gauge what actual trade value he has. And then today, MLB Trade Rumors, after that start yesterday, had an updated list of the top 50 top 50 trade candidates for the 2024 Major League Baseball trade deadline. Their ranking, as they wrote, is more of a blend of the likelihood of a deal and impact of the player in question. The names atop the list are going to be those that seem both most likely to move and carry the potential for significant impact on the acquiring team. The number one player in Major League Baseball atop this list is now Jack Flaherty. And they do mention how important yesterday's start was. He's been and this is what they write, he's been one of the best pitchers in MLB, and while some back discomfort served as a brief red flag, he avoided a trip to the IL and returned to the mound with 6 innings of 2-run ball as this list was being finalized. And only one of the runs were earned, right? It wasn't even 2-run ball. It was one run. It was 2 hit ball. Anyway, the point being, they go on to say Flaherty is the type of playoff caliber starter who should command a top 100 prospect and then some, despite his rental status, which got us looking at prospects for teams that need pitchers. I mean, a top 100 prospect and then some. I mean, that's starting to sound like full trade value for Jack Flaherty. And there are teams that I wouldn't say are likely to trade for him. The weird thing is, we talked about Baltimore earlier and how much we'd love to raid that system.
Yeah.
Baltimore traded for him last year at the trade deadline.
That's the one thing that people in baseball are a little leery about is, does Baltimore want to trade for him again, knowing that the disaster that happened last year?
Yeah, and it didn't work out. And would they do it again? Could you imagine trading for the same player at the trade deadline in back-to-back years? The risk of the egg on the face you are if you're Baltimore, because if you swing and miss again, I just can't even. I don't know that a GM anywhere would have the kind of confidence to take that risk, even though Baltimore has drafted and developed as well as anybody.
If I'm Baltimore, I'm not looking at Jack Flaherty. I'd probably be looking at Skubal or Crochet.
Mm-hmm.
Those options. And maybe in large part, maybe this is wrong to think that way, but because of what you just set up, because it was such an unmitigated disaster last year when they traded for Flaherty. It just totally backfired. It didn't work. It's a different Jack Flaherty this year because the one you traded for last year was already bad.
Yep.
So is it possible Baltimore is still open to a Flaherty trade? Maybe. But if I'm Baltimore, I'm probably leaning towards give me what I know is Skubal or Crochet. Have them under control. I can make a deal, and I'd feel, better about it giving up those prospects that they have because they're not guys on the major league roster they'd give up, but they are top prospects that they have to offer.
Yep. So, I mean, Baltimore's got a lot of nuance that would say no, but they also have the type of return that the Tigers would be looking for. St. Louis had him and traded him last year, but their top 100 prospects are mostly pitchers. The Dodgers have a catcher, Dalton Rushing, at Double-A, could be in play, and they're looking for starting pitching. I wonder if the Tigers would have access to a top 10 prospect in Jordan Lawler in Arizona, because he fits all the criteria of a high on-base percentage guy. He's a shortstop. He's 21 years old. He's a AAA, and he has been hurt. And maybe that would have Arizona saying, okay, all right, we haven't seen him. We're surviving without him, and if they want to add
out
to the
sight,
rotation,
out of mind.
yeah. So that's one to keep an eye on. Baltimore, if they were to do it again, they got Sam Basallo, the catcher at Double-A, and Kobe Mayo, who is a corner infielder at Double-A. Is he Double-A or Triple-A? Triple-A, and he's your preferred guy. I think if I was looking at all these potential candidates, and the Gribe and the Twins are looking. Houston's got a outfielder, 23-year-old Jacob Melton, who's hits for some power and has a lot of speed. He could be a guy. He's a top 50 prospect. So, hey, I always like seeing independent sources that have nothing to do with the Tigers or Detroit or, not Tiger Fan 23 on Twitter suggesting a top 100 prospect. We will take it. What's critical here is that Jack Flaherty continues continues to show that he is healthy, and he could have 2 and maybe 3 starts prior to the trade deadline. He's got 7, maybe 8 days off with the All-Star break coming up. So critical time here, but good to see that Flaherty is on track to maybe get some value, right?
Yeah, very critical.
Yep. All right, 248-539-9797. Get to some Pistons stuff. We'll do that straight ahead with Summer League starting this weekend at 12:20. Are you going to eat that at 12:35? And no, I will not be eating any hot dogs again anytime soon.
But you ate one today.
I did. 97.1 the ticket. All right, so coming up over the weekend, the Pistons will debut their Summer League team. And, Gator, that means our first look at Ron Holland. The great thing about Summer League basketball is that your draft picks get featured. You get to see what your guys are bringing to the table. And there's sort of, no stakes here. So they're just going to get reps and reps and reps. And so that means Ron Holland. We get to take a look at Ron Holland. We get to take a look at Bobby Klintman. Marcus Sasser will be on the roster. And then a bunch of guys. I mean, it is amazing, sort of the who's who of players we've never heard of, including Tolu Smith and Devon Higgs and Sam Peake and Jalen Slauson, Cam Hankerson, Javante McCoy. Okay, not that I don't really care about the winning and losing, of course, but their first game comes against the 76ers. So that mean who the 76ers bringing to the table? No, I mean, there's some familiar names here, guys that I remember. But yeah, I mean, RJ Hamptons on their rookie league team.
For me, the bummer part about the Pistons roster is that you only know 3 guys.
Yeah.
And I don't suspect Sasser's going to play a ton. He's like the veteran of the group, got plenty of playing time last year. What does he need to really show here? But it's the 2 rookies, and I'm not sure either rookie is going to get a whole lot of playing time with the Pistons this year to begin with, unless they really show out this week in Vegas.
Well, I suspect they're going to put up stats, right? Because they're going to have the basketball in their hands. But I'm,
But are they going to put up Henry Ellenson stats, Doug?
So that's why I've vowed not to fall for it again, because, boy, did I get Henry Ellenson happy a few years ago watching him play Summer League.
Doug, do you know, so when you're watching Summer League this year, you're going to see something that might actually make you upset.
What's that?
Ron Holland has switched his jersey number from 5 to 00.
Uh-oh.
How do you feel about the 00? I know you don't like the 0 jersey in football. How do you feel about 00 in basketball?
I don't like it either. I think it's very Kittle-esque.
Oh, wow.
I'm not a huge fan of them.
Wow, you keep attacking George Kittle. He's just a different guy, man. He's just awkward.
Yeah. I've never been a fan of the number 0.
Well, this is 00
Yeah.
for Ron Holland. He was 5. I guess he's going to give number 5 to Malik Beasley. So,
is that why? He was searching for a new number.
Well, he had
Beasley?
number 5. If you go to Pistons shop, and they originally put out Ron Holland's jersey, and it was number 5. Now it's number 00. So I think that's.
I wonder if anybody bought a Ron Holland 5 jersey.
Who didn't buy a Ron Holland 5 jersey?
If you know anybody, if you either bought a Ron Holland 5 jersey or know anybody who bought a Ron Holland 5 jersey, it's kind of amusing that he never will have worn it.
Have the Pistons had a 00? Was
William Bedford, right?
Bedford? Was Eric Montross 00?
I think, I want to see, he was like, I don't know. He may have been. The other one was Orlando Woolbridge number 0?
I think he was just 0 for.
No, he was O.
Yeah, exactly. I like that.
No, it wasn't a 0. It was O.
Oliver Miller?
He was 30-something, right?
Can't remember.
There have been 5 players that have worn the number 00. The first was Tony Campbell. The second was William Bedford. The third was Eric Montross.
Nice call.
The fourth was Tony Delk. And the fifth was Sheik Diallo.
That worked out well.
Yeah. Here are the players that have worn the number 0 or O. 1, Orlando Woolridge.
My man.
2, Olden Polynice. 3,
OP.
Andre Drummond. 4,
That's right, Drummond did, didn't he?
Dennis Smith. 5, Jalen Duren is currently wearing it. So they will have a 0 and a 00.
On the court at possibly the same time.
Yeah, I'm taking a look at this. This will be the first time that they will have those 2 numbers on the roster at the same time. They've never coincided.
I don't think we're too far away from the letters instead of the numbers for a jersey, honestly. I mean, if we're going to have a 0 and 00 on the same team, can't we have, an XL?
XL.
I mean, seriously, we're getting to a funny place.
Here comes, entering the game is triangle.
Yeah, exactly.
Number triangle.
Pi, ladies and gentlemen. Infinity checking in. Semicolon. And colon.
You'll have pi, the mathematics symbol, and you'll have a piece of pie, like the shape.
Right.
You have 2 different, just like you have 0 and 00. You have 2 pieces of pie.
And the Star of David.
Like a Key and Peele skit.
Yeah, right. Oh, here comes Gold Cross. Look out.
Starting it forward for the Pistons, the finger, Simone Fontecchio.
Hey. The double bird. Hands praying.
No, those are actually 2 hands high-fiving.
Right. We're going to start to get the eggplant emoji. Wait a minute.
What?
What are we doing?
I was trying to think of Isaiah Stewart wearing the fist. It's really sketchy.
Yeah, that's where we're going to, man.
So anyway, Summer League, huh?
They should debut it anyway. We should be Summer League.
Right. First game's tomorrow,
Yes.
and it's on NBA TV, I think.
I mean, you can find these things. If they're not on TV, they're streamed.
Doug knows this.
Yeah.
You're all about the stream.
Yep.
You love to stream the Summer League games.
I've done it before.
Yep.
Kang, what are you most watching? I mean, is it just C. Holland and his environment?
For the Pistons?
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, obviously, it's Holland and Sasser, the guys you know that are going to make the team. Everybody else is just, Jimmy's got gas. Get out of the way, right? Mm-hmm. Is that the play? So
Look, Clintman running up the court.
Clintman.
19.
Right. Yeah. I mean, the three guys that you think are going to be on the team at some point, whether they're on, the developmental team or inactive every night, it's Holland, Clintman, and Sasser. That's it. That's all you're looking for. And then other than that, I'm looking to see how Bronny James does as far as the rest of the Summer League goes.
Okay. One of the strangest press releases I have ever seen has me questioning whether or not this can't possibly be real. It can't possibly be real. But I just saw this on Twitter and I clicked on a link and it looks real. And if it's not, it's funny as hell. I'm going to read this headline, Gator, and you tell me if it's real.
It's not a virus, is it?
No,
Okay.
I hope not. Pac-12 solidifies bowl lineup for 2024 and 2025 seasons.
The Pac-12 is still a thing?
The Pac-12 today announced it has retained all of its existing bowl opportunities for the 2024 and 2025 football seasons. As part of the agreement, the league has worked in conjunction with the ACC, Big 12, and Big 10 conferences to solidify each affiliation, including the Holiday Bowl, the Radiance Technologies Independence Bowl, the SRS Distribution Las Vegas Bowl, the LA Bowl hosted by Gronk, the Tony the Tiger Sun Bowl, the Valero Alamo Bowl, and the ESPN Bowl pool.
Oh, so all the big ones. Okay.
Quote,
Wait a minute. That's a lot of bowl games.
we are thrilled to ensure Oregon State and Washington State student athletes will continue to have opportunities to participate in the same level of premier postseason events as in the past. Pac-12 Executive Associate Commissioner of Football Operations Merton Hanks said. Merton Hanks?
Martin to the neck?
Yeah. This can't be real.
Even Gronk know my bowl game not good. There's how many bowl games did you just list?
6.
So it's like is their season extended where they got to play each other for the next 6 games? I mean, what are we doing? 6 bowl games to accommodate 2 teams?
This can't be real. This cannot possibly be real.
Or is it just that they'll have an opportunity to play in one of those 2 games? There's no conference anymore, right?
At Pac-12 with 91,500 followers. 91.5 thousand followers. So
How many of the teams left? Obviously, the 4 teams left for the Big Ten.
all of them except Oregon State
So
and Washington
those are
State.
seriously, everybody else is out.
And they just announced an agreement with 6 bowl games?
Where'd Stanford go?
ACC, of course.
This upcoming season is going to be so weird because I've obviously I've already forgotten about where everybody's transferred to.
Yeah.
The teams hit the portal. Literally, the schools have hit the portal. This is going to be wild, man. We're going to get into September. You're going to see a matchup. You would normally, who's playing? Georgia Tech's taking on Arizona. Interesting. Wait a minute. What conference is Arizona in?
They're in the Big 12. The Pac-12 now, their Twitter page has the old Pac-12 logo, and then above it, the bar, is a split between the Oregon State logo and the Washington State logo.
So is the Pac-12 network still around? Are they just going to do all Oregon State, Washington State?
I mean, maybe.
Oh, Cougars and Beavers all the time.
You'll have an audience.
These games on after midnight.
OnlyFans.
Right. Wow. Wow. Okay.
I mean, I'm on this webpage. There's a commissioner.
This is a real live commissioner.
Teresa Gould is the commissioner of the Pac-12, which has 2 teams, but has 6 bowl affiliates. It doesn't say how those bowl games will be doled out. Now, there is some time in between them. I wonder if Oregon State and Washington State are going to get to play in multiple bowl games next year.
Do they want to? I mean, no offense to the Gronk.com Bowl or whatever it is, or the Las Vegas Bowl, the LA Bowl.
Right. This can't possibly be real.
The banner for the Pac-12 X Twitter account's hilarious.
Is that the split of the logos?
It's
Yeah.
the two.
Yeah,
that's
it's
just
so funny. It is so.
That's funny.
Do you believe this is real, Kang? If not, it's one of the greatest troll jobs of all time. This looks like an official press release. There's only one response on Twitter. I want to see, and it's nothing. All right, well, there you go. Another edition of Are You Going to Eat That today at 12:35 here on 97.1 The Ticket. So, Gator, we open the hour kind of revisiting the Flaherty thing, and I just one other thing I want to mention that I hope Scott Harris is doing right now. I would be dangling Tarek Skubal all over the league to any team that would pick up the phone.
Can you please rephrase that?
I would be talking trade.
Thank you. Good God, man.
Dangling, I say, with no intention of trading him, but just to see if I can get an offer I can't refuse.
Yeah. I understand that because you want to make sure that you've exhausted every option to improve your baseball team. And it would have to be, as you said, it would have to be a Godfather type offer.
Mm-hmm.
And would a team be willing to do that? Don't know. You don't know unless you try. And if you're going to sit there and wait for the teams to call you, maybe it never happens or never develops, which is kind of perhaps what you want in the first place. But you won't know unless you try.
Well, here's my question: doesn't it feel like to get Skubal with all of the variables in place here, it would almost take like a historic return? And I'm not saying he's the best player to ever be traded, but he is a dominant ace under club control for 2.5 years and a team that's looking for prospects, right? I don't know, man. That just to me feels like it would have to be a historic return. Like, here's our top 5 prospects.
Yeah, I think I think that's a little lofty, but I would imagine that you're talking, if you were to throw Skubal out there, you're talking some teams top 3.
Mm-hmm.
And if it's Baltimore, maybe 2 or 3 of their top 5 because they are so deep.
I feel like Baltimore is one of those teams like the Lions in some sense, that they're like, they've been in that division with the Yankees and Red Sox forever. And now they might be, they're really an organization that's set up, right?
Well, the other thing is Baltimore could also offer players from the roster.
Yeah.
You could do a roster player in addition to a couple of prospects, and that could work too because they have so many good roster players right now.
Yep.
And I've said before, okay, if I'm gonna trade Skubal, maybe I'm gonna need Gunnar Henderson coming this way. And some people will say that's ridiculous, but okay, where's the value? The value is getting maybe the best pitcher in baseball versus a really, really good shortstop, really good hitting shortstop at this point.
Baltimore hasn't been to a World Series since 1983.
Yeah, Cal Ripken's second year, I think.
They have not won a playoff game their last 3 playoff appearances. No, that's not true. They beat the Tigers in 2014, but then they got swept by the Royals. They lost a wild card game to the Blue Jays, and they got swept by Texas. So their last 3 series, they haven't won a game.
It's tough because of the division they're in.
Because of the division. So here you have a desperate Baltimore team, and you've got the Yankees. I would so be burning up the phones to those 2 teams to try and get them to start outbidding one another for a player I don't even want to trade, get to the point and you say, okay, I will do it for that. And think about how rewarding it would have to be to approve a trade of Tarek Skubal.
Yeah. I mean, you talk about having bargaining chips. That's a giant one to have.
It's the chip.
I'd rather not move it, but I understand the theory of people that would, and yeah, I would do it if the right offer is there. But talk about playing the 2 teams against each other. This is why Jack Flaherty, it's important that he did what he did last night, which is pitch as well as he did, show that he's healthy, continue to do that over the next 2 or 3 starts, and then you play those teams against each other and say, okay, look, clearly your offer for Tarek Skubal isn't going to be there, but how about the offer for Jack Flaherty? We know you guys are interested. Mm-hmm. Let's start talking here, okay? We've got an offer from this team. We're looking at you guys now, so what are you thinking here? And then last and best offers coming in the next 12 hours, and we're going to make our decision.
All right, you ready?
Yeah.
Time for another edition. Indeed. Another edition. Are you going to eat that? Kind of ironic on a day where I ate a hot dog because I lost a bet. And I feel a little queasy. Are you ready, my friend?
I am.
Burger King has announced a new fiery menu. There's a number of items on the fiery menu. Levels 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. We start with the level 1 spice level. A fiery strawberry and Sprite. Sprite's taken up a notch with a fiery strawberry puree, from a refreshing sip to just enough kick to leave you wanting more. It's an exclusive offering just for Burger King. Do you have interest in the fiery Sprite?
I would try that.
Kang, would you try it?
I'd try it.
Okay. I don't think I would.
No?
Nope.
Oh, you don't like strawberry flavor.
No.
But it's puree.
Next, the fiery mozzarella fries. This is a level 2 spice level. This is melty mozzarella cheese and peppers that are fried until crispy, kicked up a notch with a fiery Calabrian pepper breading.
Calabrian?
Thank you. Calabrian breading to the ultimate flavor and heat. This is a level 2 spice.
Okay, so it's a cheese stick is what this is.
Yeah.
I would try a elevated cheese stick like that. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, a nice cool ranch
yeah.
dressing to dip it in or something like
I
that.
think this one intrigues me a little bit. I might give that a shot.
Oh.
Hot
Hot
next,
dog's
It would
changed.
go great with a hot dog.
Hot dog has changed. up.
the fiery bacon Whopper, which is a level 3 spice level. It's basically a Whopper with a creamy fire sauce. Gator?
You said bacon as well?
It has, seasoned bacon.
I'd try it.
You like bacon as bacon. not
Yeah,
as
I don't
a-
like bacon on my hamburgers, but would I try basically because the Whopper when I used to eat Whoppers, I always thought that was a really good burger because everything was the lettuce and the tomato and
They go
the
well
onion,
together.
They
The
go
mayo.
so well with
Yeah.
the mayo. It
Mhm.
goes so well together. Now you're gonna add like a spicy mayo to it. I'd try it.
Oh, yeah,
Okay.
I'm in.
I'm not.
What?
Next up, the fiery
What about an
chick-
Impossible Whopper?
Maybe.
Impossible bacon.
Oh.
Next up is the fiery chicken fries. This is a level 4 spice level. Fries are marinated with a fiery seasoning and coated with a savory garlic and pepper breading.
Okay, so these are chicken fries. I didn't like the chicken fries.
Weren't my favorite either.
So
a
I'm
little
not-
disappointing
yeah.
with the chicken fry.
I know making them hotter doesn't make them better.
Yeah, there's something about these things that aren't.
But this is one you could eat, Doug.
I could eat, but I will choose not to. The chicken fry concept to me is
It's just like a long chicken tender finger.
product-ish.
Whatever.
It's chicken-ish. So no. Level 5 spice comes from the fiery Royale crispy chicken sandwich. It's described as crispy white meat breast fillet coated with a fiery glaze and topped with crispy fiery seasoned bacon, pepper jack cheese, juicy tomato, crispy lettuce, and a creamy fiery sauce. All of them toasted on a bun.
Okay, here's the thing. I would try it, but there would be things I would remove from it. I don't need the bacon on there. I probably don't want the lettuce, but the cheese and the crispy chicken sandwich, that sounds like something I would try. Kang?
I'd give it a shot. We are getting to an area for me, though, that I don't want this spice overtake my
Yeah.
actual, the flavor of what I'm trying to eat here.
But I got to try it because it's not like mom and pop store or shop that restaurant where they're going to mix it themselves. This is mass produced, so I can't imagine it's going to be as hot as what it would normally would be. What about you do? Would you if you could
Without the
remove-
bacon, yeah, I would give this a shot. All right, next up, we go to the Texas State Fair, Gator.
Oh, who doesn't love the state fair?
This has been around for a while, but I saw it again and thought we'd bring it back. A former award winner for Best New Food at the Texas State Fair is available again. Deep fried bubblegum.
What?
Deep fried bubblegum. It's a marshmallow dipped in bubblegum flavored extract, covered in bubblegum flavored dough, deep fried and garnished with blue icing and chiclets. There's a lot going on.
That is a lot going on. I'm intrigued. I'd try it, but that's weird. Deep fried bubble gum, which is basically a deep fried marshmallow. But you said but it's got chiclets on the outside.
Got chiclets and everything about it's bubblegum flavored.
So you can't. Are you supposed to swallow it?
You see, I'm out. My body's going to be conditioned to spit this out. Anyways, I don't think I could swallow it.
Yeah.
I'm out. It doesn't sound. I don't even want to try it.
Yeah, I'm out.
Well, we knew you were out.
Yeah. Next up, available at the House-Made Sausage Restaurant in Bayview, Milwaukee.
Here you go, Doug.
They have got a new menu item, the CBR. This is the chicken, bacon, buttermilk chives sausage. It's topped with cheddar, lettuce, tomato, bacon chives, and buttermilk ranch. It's basically a sausage with all that on top. The CBR.
I'd try it.
Would you?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'd probably try it, but I gotta be honest with you. Anytime they try to put chicken and sausage, it's too dry for me. Like, I like the pork-based sausage.
Well, maybe that's why the bacon's there.
I know. That's why I try it, Gator, but I don't have high hopes for any chicken sausage.
I understand.
Yeah, I'm out. Next up, Van Leeuwen Ice Cream has come out with a Hello Kitty ice cream. This special treat blends creamy white chocolate ice cream with swirls of sweet red raspberry jam, paying tribute to Hello Kitty's iconic red bow, and adds chunks of decadent truffle brownies. Gator?
Oh, that sounds good.
You gonna get yourself some Hello Kitty ice cream?
Yeah. Hello Kitty.
Well, my daughters are definitely in, Doug.
Yeah.
They love Hello Kitty, love ice cream.
Which means that Dad's going to have to try it.
Well, if I can get it shot, I mean, these girls comes to ice cream savages, man.
Look out. Doug?
I love white chocolate.
Oh.
Yeah, I might give this a shot.
Hey! Doug trying new stuff today.
Wow.
Not
you're
a
right,
lot.
King. King, you're right. You said it in the onset of this segment. That hot dog has changed, Doug, for the better.
Tony Ortiz came over here from WWJ, and he asked me, he goes, did I hear correctly that Doug Karsh ate a hot dog? And I said, yes. He goes, I'm leading with that over at WWJ.
Yeah, that's the lead.
Yep.
I can assure you it has not changed. And finally, Gator.
Well, you're already lighter.
From the fine folks at Clausen Pickles. They're excited to keep the pickle momentum going this summer with their first ever dessert. The cupcake pickle, or the pickle cupcake, rather. The perfect unexpected twist for pickle fanatics everywhere. This is a delicious pickle-infused cake and pickle buttercream icing, complete with festive red and white sprinkles on top. The addition of pickle gives the cupcake a zippy, sweet, salty, sour mix, making it a truly unique ingredient for a bite-sized cupcake. Gator, the pickle cupcake from Clausen. Are you going to eat that?
Absolutely not. I like pickles. I don't love pickles, but I like pickles. Sometimes it's a great accoutrement to a sandwich, to a burger. There are times when I think it's amazing on a burger. And I do like the sweet pickle chips as a little snack.
Mm-hmm.
But to put that into something delicious like a cupcake that is sweet, and you're mixing icing with some sort of dill-flavored icing, it could not sound more disgusting to me. Absolutely not. This might be an item that if I lost a bet, I'd have to eat that. Like that's where I stand.
Doug makes mental note. Kang, would you try this?
No, I wouldn't. I'm not the biggest pickle fan either. But I do like certain chicken sandwiches, things like that. I can eat it. It's not like it's repulsive to me, but I'm not trying. This does not appeal to me.
So
Doug, you're the only one that wants it.
I'm going to say this, and I want you to understand exactly what I'm saying. I would almost rather have another hot dog.
I can edit that out.
Almost.
Oh, Doug, we're picking up what you're putting down.
Yeah, we got you, Doug. Don't worry. Yeah.
I know what you're saying. Yeah.
Say it louder.
Yeah.
There it is. Another edition
People in
of
the back
Are You
didn't
Gonna
hear
Eat
it.
That?
Go ahead. So,
Ha ha ha. Ha 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 ha.
No, don't make me another hot dog. Stop. Don't do that.
Not a chance. All right, straight ahead. I bet you've heard of this. Do you know anything about it, Gator? I'm going to be fascinated to hear your answer next at 12:50 here on 97.1 The Ticket.
Hey, 24 Seconds Bar and Grill in Berkeley is the best place for great food, great atmosphere, great specials, and also the best wings in town. And pro football season just around the corner. And what better way to Servicing your car? They've got a loaner vehicle available to keep you on the move. Their service technicians work in
Okay, a couple stories here. One is for people who watch the Futures game. Major League Baseball's top prospects play Saturday. 2 Tiger reps. Howie Lee, who the Tigers got from, was it Philly? For Lorenzen?
the Dodgers.
I think it was Philly. Maybe it was the Dodgers. Whoever it was.
Dodgers.
Was it the Dodgers?
Pretty sure.
Okay. And Max Clark is playing in the Futures game.
There we go. First round pick last year, youngster, playing at single A, Lakeland.
I wonder if he's the youngest player in this game. There's a few single A players. That's kind of fun. Something to keep an eye on.
Yeah. Lee is having a great season. He's hitting just around 300. His OPS is well above 800. He's doing a good job there. He's stolen a bunch of bases. Max Clark is hitting around 270. His OPS keeps creeping up each month as he's getting more comfortable down there, hitting more extra base hits now, and he's stolen a bunch of it. He's got like 24 steals this year, only been caught a few times. So that was cool. I was surprised McGonigal didn't get named to the team, given that he's hitting like 330 at single A, and also with a bunch of, he's got like 16 steals now or something.
It was actually Philadelphia that they got Howie Lee from for Michael Lorenzen.
Why was I hell-bent that it was?
Probably because they were Dodgers that they were trying to trade
Eduardo Rodriguez. Yeah, my bad. I'm sorry, Doug.
It's okay.
I doubted you, and I shouldn't doubt you. You've got more brain power now that you've got that protein from the hot dog.
Yeah,
right?
don't doubt him anymore after the hot dog.
I won't. My bad.
Well, if that's the side effect of this hot dog, I hope it carries on in infinitum, that you will never doubt me again.
No, you have to have more hot dogs.
Not going to happen. I will then go back to you doubting me. At the NFL tweets out something, and I can't believe, Kang, you did this. I cannot believe you did this. because let me tell you what they tweeted out. They tweeted out 2 pictures of Patrick Mahomes and Brittany Mahomes. And one of the pictures has the 2 of them in there with their 2 kids. And Patrick and Brittany are holding snapshots of the pictures of the baby that they are now expecting.
Congratulations.
Yep. They're expecting their 3rd. And then just the couple holding the pictures of the bun in the oven. So, it's their 3rd kid, Gator.
Don't.
Kang totally did.
No. Oh, come on,
He responded.
Kang. Come on. Why would you do that?
Why would I do that?
Don't do this, people.
Facts.
Kang tweets back.
I'm going to leave. I think Kang should have to do the last hour of the show alone for doing this. That's terrible.
He tweets back. Can't play man-to-man anymore. Gonna have to switch to zone.
Doug, you know this from experience. When you had your 3rd, you switched to zone, you and the wife.
Yeah, and they started telling everybody that too until they realized that everybody says it.
Every single dad ever, every single one makes the same joke. Every single, without exception. And the joke is so old. But I love the way it's delivered every single time, like it's the freshest line ever. You know, because we now have 3 kids and there's only 2 parents, you know what that means? We can't play man-to-man anymore. We're going to have to switch to zone.
It's because they're outnumbered, Doug.
No, you know what you do? You just don't cover the littlest one.
Trust me, that one's hard to cover.
They're not going anywhere.
It's like Tyreek Hill on speed.
It's the oldest one you stop covering. That's when the kid starts getting away with stuff.
Guys, that's what the leash is for.
We went with
a harness.
Invisible fencing as well.
Yeah. They got to learn, though.
Kang, why'd you do that?
What, man? It's still true.
But why? Why tweet that out?
I'm just tweeting out facts, guys.
I thought we had an embargo on this show about that.
I was not aware.
I thought there was a life embargo on this. Just
It got to the point where I heard that joke so much, they would like people would say,
Yeah, but you know what's funny to me
they'd
is
start the joke. Can't play man-to-man. I'm like, yeah, I got to switch the zone. Yeah, I know.
But the first time you heard it, you probably thought it was awesome and you couldn't wait to say it.
Yep.
And now you're turning your nose down on it. See, I've never had that opportunity.
You've never heard it once?
No, I've heard it,
okay.
but I don't have kids, so I don't have to.
Dude.
Woo, can't wait to use this one.
Yeah. Your day will come. When you have not 1, not 2, but your 3rd child.
Right, yeah. That'll happen.
Triplets. Right out the gate.
Hey. Strong.
Strong to quite strong.
Yeah.
Yeah,
strong.
My buddy Iron J never got to play man-to-man.
Right off the bat?
First time, triplets.
Oh,
wow.
man.
Bam.
Wow.
Yep.
Triplets.
Right away.
I don't know anybody that's got triplets.
No?
No.
You know Iron J.
I think I've met Iron J like once.
Yeah.
Kang, do you know anybody that's got triplets?
Triplets?
Yeah.
No.
They're
I know
playing a lot of zone
twins.
defense, Kang, is what they're doing.
Oh, that's probably some crazy defense.
Wow.
I can't believe you did that.
Or if you live in Utah, you can bring in an extra defender.
How do you dislike a tweet?
So you can only do that on Facebook, not on a.
Okay.
Or maybe Instagram too. I don't know. Can you do an angry face on Instagram? What you can do, Doug, is you can put a GIF or a GIF of the double bird to Kang or something like that.
I could, yeah. All right, we got sidetracked. We'll get back on track next. Carson Anderson on a Friday, 97.1 The Ticket.
The National League starting pitcher for the All-Star game is set to be Paul Skeens. In his rookie campaign, he carries a 1.90 ERA through 66 innings. He ties former Tiger Mark Fidrich for the fewest starts in a career while receiving such a nod. That was 11 back in the day. The Tigers welcome the Dodgers to town. Detroit winners of 6 of the last 7, while the Dodgers have only won 3 games in their last 10. The pitching matchup pretty good. Tarek Skubal against James Paxton. Paxton has a 4.24 ERA entering play today. Pregame at 6:15 right here on 97.1 The Ticket. 3-star local product, Orchard Lake St. Mary's. Bryson Williams has committed to Michigan State. The 2025 is listed as a 6'2 athlete. Summer League begins tomorrow for the Pistons, and beat writer Amari Sankofa weighs in on what to expect from lottery pick Ron Holland. Quote, Holland has a chance to be a Summer League star as his high-flying open floor style makes him a candidate to light up social media, but his defense will also dictate his playing time as a rookie and will have the opportunity to showcase his ability on that end against a talented group of young wings, including Houston Rockets forward Cam Whitmore and A.J. Griffin. At the Corwell House Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Okay, got a Detroit sports-wide question we will ask shortly. If you're a fan of any of our teams, you can participate. In the meantime, Gator, so Kang and I were talking in the office today. We're making mention of the fact that on social media, you will see people reference that they are doing something for the summertime, right?
Right.
And you see that a lot. You might see somebody from Michigan say that they are going to go up north.
Heading to the thumb.
Yeah. Well, not as much the thumb, but people do. But sort of the cliche for Michigan, if you're going to post on social media, is, hey, I'm going up north, right? Do you know anything at all about the Hamptons?
I know very little about the Hamptons. There's two different. There's the East and the West Hamptons.
Is there?
I believe. It's kind of split up into. Or north and is it north and south Hamptons?
Dude, I think it's north and south. I literally know zero about the Hamptons.
Yeah, I mean it's off of it's part of New York, but it's off of Long Island, maybe.
You're speaking in such definitive terms.
Yeah,
there's an east and west, or maybe it's a north.
I think
and
it's
south.
north and south.
It's off of Long Island,
south,
maybe.
And it's a very ritzy area, very very posh, expensive, lots of money out there.
Do you know anybody who's ever been to the Hamptons?
I'm sure I do, but I couldn't tell you definitively.
Kang, do you know
that's not sure.
Well, I couldn't tell you their
names. There's a lot of non-definitive statements.
Yeah. I know. I have an idea of some
friends. I'm
positive,
maybe.
I have some friends I'm pretty sure have probably gone to the. That sounds terrible.
That's okay, man.
That's why we brought it up.
I think I would know.
I
think some people have gone to the Hamptons. Yeah.
You think you know some people?
I think I got some people who've been there.
Yeah. So he thinks he knows some people who might have been to the Hamptons.
Yeah.
Kane, do you know anybody that's ever been to the Hamptons?
Nope. When the summer plans come up, it's like you've all known somebody that's gone to Disney. Oh, I'm going to Vegas. I'm going up north, like you said, Doug. When the Hamptons, I don't know anybody that's gone to the Hamptons.
Right, been going to Daytona Beach, going to Fort Lauderdale, going to Hilton Head.
Yeah,
going to the Outer Banks. Like I literally can think of all these vacation spots where I know someone.
Myrtle Beach.
Who's going to San Diego, going to LA, going to Hawaii. Know someone. Hamptons, not a person. I don't know anybody that's ever been to the Hamptons. And I don't know a damn thing about the Hamptons.
Let's speak of the circles.
You know what's funny is I'm looking at the map right now.
Yeah.
There's Southampton and East Hampton.
There's no.
I was partially right, and it is part of.
Well, you named the 4 directions,
right? I mean, it's amazing. It's like there's only. How do you have you have a south? And here's what else is weird. Southampton is all one word. East Hampton is 2 words. What?
It would be a little bit weird if there was a South Dakota and an East Dakota.
Saying.
Yeah. But the whole concept of the Hamptons is only something I've heard of. And I've always assumed it was rich people.
Yeah,
getaway.
every time I hear the Hamptons, I think Martha Stewart or Ina Garten, who used to be on Food Network, and her home was out there, and it seems like this really crazy rich yet idyllic kind of place, perfectly manicured yards.
I feel like the city is gated.
Yeah,
you know,
right.
You can't even, not neighborhoods.
It's just kind of
place.
insane. Yeah.
Yeah, is it some sort of like Babylon that we should all aspire to get to? Because I've never thought in my life, maybe I'll go to the Hamptons.
It's quite exclusive.
Is it? You don't just wander in?
No,
it's not quite as welcoming as Whitefish, Montana.
Not quite. Well, it's a little more exclusive. Yeah, I imagine the real estate is probably you start at $10 million and move up.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
Is it that?
it's expensive.
Yeah. Well, I don't know if anybody knows anything about the Hamptons, but I bet almost everybody's heard of it. Don't you think?
Yeah, I think most people have heard of it.
So,
Weekend of Bernie's, was that taking place in the Hamptons?
Now I'm just asking, is it the Hamptons because there's two cities named Hampton? Is that why they call it the Hamptons? Or is it just an area that it gets referred to as the Hamptons?
The
Like Ohio
Hamptons
State.
on eastern Long Island's South Fork is a string of seaside communities known as a summer destination for affluent New York City residents. It's marked by long stretches of beach and an interior of farmland, towns and villages with 18th century shingle buildings and estates hidden behind tall boxwood hedges. East Hampton is home to high-end restaurants, bars, and designer boutiques.
Okay, I just Google searched what cities make up the Hamptons.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to give these a shot. There's East Hampton. There's Southampton. There's Sagaponack. There's Cogue, Spring, Greenport, West Hampton Dunes, North Sea, Shelter Island, Watermill, West Hampton, Bridgehampton, Amagansett, Montauk, Sag Harbor, Hampton Bays, Wainscott,
Sag Harbor, that's old money.
North Fork, and Remsenburg. So apparently those are all of the cities that make up the Hamptons.
That's a good question, Doug. I'm glad you answered it for me. I had no idea that the Hamptons were a bunch of.
Yeah, I thought it was just an area that people called the Hamptons.
Yeah, me too.
Like the Ohio State University. Ken on a cell, you're 97 on a ticket. What's up, Ken?
What's up, guys? Thanks for taking my call.
Sure.
Doug, I'm very proud of you, man. Way to go.
Thanks.
I knew probably still have your reversal later, but
It's
we're
possible.
so proud of you.
No reversal. He's
Your
good.
wieners are the best.
Yeah.
The Hamptons, guys, you're describing exactly how it is. I married a girl from New York, and it was like similar to like we say we're going to New York or going up north in the summertime.
Yeah.
They do the same thing. They go to the Hamptons because it's a lot of beach and a good way. Gator, I'm sure you know who Gordon Gekko is, right?
Yeah. Well, I mean, from the movie Wall Street, it's a character, but yeah.
Yes, sir. Standing on the beach with that old school phone.
The old cell phone.
And those are the Hamptons. He lived in the Hamptons.
So,
and yes, go ahead. Sorry.
No, it's okay. You say it's what people in New York do, but I'm getting the sense that it's more exclusive than Sheboygan.
Much. And yes, again, I should have said I married a girl from Manhattan.
Okay.
And yes, she lives on the Upper East Side, and yes,
all right.
It is. It's for the affluent guys like us. We would be servers, caddies, groundskeepers.
Did you say you've been there?
Oh yeah.
Did you like
beautiful.
it? It is beautiful.
Like anything else, like going. What's going to Vegas? If you go to Vegas, you don't have any money. Do you have any fun?
Yes.
Well, but it's Doug, the Gator. Did you go to Vegas with no money in your pocket and have fun?
I mean, yeah. You can,
more fun when you have money.
Yeah, it's more fun with money.
I mean, everything costs, right?
Yeah.
And it's the same thing there. I mean, if you've got enough money, it's a great restaurants and great everything.
Yeah.
But everything costs. I mean, it's definitely for the upper class. So, great show, guys.
Thank you, Ken.
I can't wait. I can't believe I'm wishing another freaking summer away. But God darn it, I can't wait for another 14 days.
Oh, yeah, when the Lions report.
We start
Oh,
camp,
yeah, it's going to
baby.
be so great. Hey,
Okay.
Ken, thanks for calling. 248-539-9797.
From a story I see from January of 2024 of this year, the average home price for any place in the Hamptons is $1.78 million.
Okay. I was thinking, yes, my wife and her friend go there every year, but then I realized that was Hilton Head. That's from an unnamed texter.
That's different.
I've been to the Hamptons. It's generally windy as hell and the water is cold, and there's great white sharks off the coast. That's from John in Lake Orion.
That is true. Sharks off the coast.
From an unnamed texter, the Hamptons is the best. You just bike around small cities. No one is doing anything but relaxing.
And spending insane amounts of money.
I've been an unnamed texter. I've been in the Hamptons several times for work. Absolutely beautiful beaches and houses. Headed there in 2 weeks again, and I can't wait. Shinnecock is the most beautiful golf course I've ever seen. Oh, is that where it is? Let's go to Rob. You're on 97 on a ticket. Hi, Rob.
Hey, guys. What's going on?
Not a lot.
So I've been to the Hamptons. One of my best friends actually got married out on Montauk, which is the far tip.
Yep.
So to get there, if you don't have a car, you have to take a bus ride out there, which I thought was pretty cool. I get to see lots of mansions and stuff like that. No, everything's gated, big dune grass. You can't see anything, so it's a 4-hour bus ride for nothing. There, it's about the most pretentious place I've ever been in my life. $18 for a crappy cheeseburger. And everybody, I will take any beach town in Michigan over the Hamptons. And you don't have to worry about the fact that it's the breeding ground for jaws when you're swimming in Michigan.
There you go.
So,
Rob, thank you for sharing. And thank you for everybody helping out. By the way, headline on The Onion, or not The Onion, although it could be The Onion, The Athletic. This is a headline on The Athletic.
Yeah.
Klopp push highlights confusion. Even if Klopp had decided that dabbling in the international management was enough to reprieve it, he's admitting that he's running out of energy. This would have remedied U.S. soccer's ongoing headaches for the last 2 years. Your guy, Jurgen Klopp, they approached him.
My guy.
He was the guy, and he said no to our soccer team. Back to square one, my friend.
It is back to square one. You're going to have to find another Jurgen.
Got a question for all Detroit sports fans we will get to in 5 minutes. Here on Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket. For years, I've been telling you that having a Connecticut water softener installed by CGC Water has so many benefits. Call 855-339-4242 or visit cgcwater.com. And you'll save thousands of dollars when you bundle your Connecticut Premier Softener with a K5 drinking water system. Remember this, if you're not filtering your water, you are the filter. Don't be the filter. Save 10% off a Navien tankless water heater when you let CGC Water Treatment and Plumbing take care of your plumbing needs. CGC Water, your authorized independent Connecticut dealer, 855-339-4242.
Sharks, man.
Sharks?
Sharks. It's probably going to keep me away from the Hamptons.
Is that what it is?
That's what's going to keep me away from the Hamptons.
Yeah, it's probably true of a lot of us. You know, the Hamptons might be popular if it weren't for the Sharks. All right. So, news in the NFL. Monty Kiffin passed away. Legendary defensive coordinator. I think he was 83 years old. That's all right. It was 83. He was known around the league as, you know, he was a defensive guru, right? Currently, right now in Detroit, who's your favorite defender or defensive coach of any kind? Who would you put as your favorite player that is, or a coach that is just basically known for defense?
Currently?
Yep.
It's probably Mo Sider.
Okay.
Currently.
Yep.
I like his style of play. He's big and he can be bruising when he wants to be, and he's got that attitude of when somebody tries to take liberties and he's on the ice and he kind of pushes back, that those people don't really go back at Mo. Like they'll wait for a bigger guy to come over and do so. Oh, wait a minute, I just woke this guy up. I don't want any part of this. No, you don't. And he's not necessarily looking for it. He's got this kind of policeman attitude out there without having to be the guy who's going to, fly off the handle. He's the one who ends things. Like, you're done. Thank you. Pick you up and pull you over here. Aside from Jack Campbell, Doug, who is it for you?
Does Scooble count?
No.
No? Aside from Jack Campbell, maybe Aiden Hutchinson? Oh, God, I really like Brian Branch.
I was going to say, I really like Brian Branch.
Brian Branch is something special. In baseball, would like Parker Meadows count?
Yeah.
Okay. Scooble doesn't, Parker Meadows does. Just seeking clarification. Parker Meadows is so good defensively.
He's amazing defensively.
You remember how much we love Derek Hill?
Yes. Yeah, I love Derek Hill right up to the moment that he's going to get hurt.
Yep. Or step to the plate.
Typically, yeah.
He's still playing.
He is, and I think he's actually done some decent things.
What do you mean by decent things?
Let me look up his numbers this year. I thought
He's in Texas, right?
He is in Texas. He's played in 14 games. He's hitting .268. He's got 3 home runs in 14 games.
He's got 3 home runs?
3 home runs. He hit 3 with the Tigers in 2021 in 49 games. And also at .259 that year.
Wow. Well, good for him.
Good for him.
Staying healthy? Is he only played 14 games because he's not healthy or he just doesn't have
that's a great question. He has not played since July 9th.
Because that's a pace to hit 35 home runs.
There'd
be a place in the league for him then.
Right. He played 42 games in the minors at AAA and hit .350 with a 1045 OPS. Derek Hill did.
How old is he now? 30?
28.
He's getting close. I said that kind of in jest. Kang, do you have a favorite defender currently in Detroit sports?
It'd probably have to be Brian Branch.
Yeah.
I mean, he's so versatile, and he came in. He doesn't have explosive athleticism. He just is at the right place at the right time, always physical, around the ball. I think an early call on my shot here might be a Sore Thompson, though. He just has the want and the will, the effort that you need to have in basketball to play defense. Yep. He's so young, and hopefully with Bickerstaff, with this maybe more defensive-minded, for the team, that Thompson could be a guy you could put on pretty much any perimeter player.
I got a guy who I want it to be.
Can I guess?
Yeah.
Terrion Arnold.
No, but that would be great.
Yeah.
I want it to be Jalen Duren.
Yeah.
Jalen Duren strikes me as the kind of guy that could just totally change a game if he were to focus on defense. He's got the athleticism, the length to contest anything that comes near the rim. And I don't know, am I wrong in thinking he could be like a Ben Wallace type?
I mean, different style, but yeah, he could be.
Well, because he's got offensive upside where Ben didn't. But could he learn a thing or two and be like that.
Oh, he can. I mean, there's a reason why I think he's one of the guys, the bigs that the USA team chose to, for the U.S. select team to go against our Olympic team in scrimmages and practices. I think he's a young big with tons of upside, tons of potential, defensive potential, like you were saying, Gator. I think, go back to Bickerstaff. If he can get, not just Thompson, but Duran and other guys to play defense to their full capabilities, the team should be a lot better at least than last year and years past. But Duran, yeah, he's got the ceiling, Gator.
248-539-9797. The legendary defensive coordinator Monty Kiffin, considered one of the sort of the godfathers of modern defensive football, passes away at the age of 83 from Michigan and Michigan State. I feel like Michigan fans, it could be Mason Graham or it could be Will Johnson. As far as, and two obviously very different styles of players. Mason Graham is a player that Jim Harbaugh called a gift from the football gods when he showed up on campus, and he's been really, really good through his 2 years there. He had a massive play in overtime of the Rose Bowl that got Alabama behind the chains at a critical point in overtime. And Will Johnson, who was one of the best players in college football, should be coming in if he continues his ascension. Who would it be for Michigan State, do you think?
I think, people like the younger players that kind of show Jordan Hall is that guy, the linebacker, for me anyway, because he showed so much promise last year. Can't wait to see him play where it's a calmer atmosphere now at Michigan State for sure. It feels like they got everything under control right now compared to where it was. Well, it had to go a little less than a year ago because this point last year, I think we had some high hopes about Michigan State with Mel Tucker, and then things obviously went south. But right now, I feel like things have calmed down considerably with Jonathan Smith as the head coach. But yeah, Jordan Hall.
Okay, gotcha. 248-539-9797 with Monty Kiffin's passing. Who is your current favorite defender in Detroit sports or coach? 248-539-9797. I like these kinds of questions because I think almost all sports cities are the same. I think fans say a lot of the same things with some exceptions. And I think here in Detroit, we really love defense and we really love role players. So, Gator, we just got a tweet here from Al.
Al.
Who's commenting on me eating a hot dog earlier in the show.
Okay.
And he says, Doug should have ate an Impossible Dog too, so both could fight to the death in Doug's stomach.
Interesting point.
Yep.
And would you have been eager to eat an Impossible hot dog?
I don't have high hopes for the Impossible Dog, so I'm not that eager to, and I don't really miss hot dogs.
If, let's say that instead of having the real hot dog, you had to eat an Impossible hot dog, would there be any anxiety about it?
There wouldn't be anxiety, no.
Okay.
Although the weird thing is, for people just joining us and didn't hear it, you kept saying something about these hot dogs and the natural casing, and there's going to be a snap when you bite into it. And I was like, well, I didn't really appreciate what that meant until I actually bit into one. And then you said you could hear the snap.
Yeah.
People listening said they could hear the snap. I was a little taken aback by the snap, and was glad that there was. I think I know it caught me off guard and didn't enhance the experience for the positive.
Wow. Huh.
Yep. I'd never either I'd forgotten about that completely or never had experienced it before.
Yeah, I think hot dog aficionados appreciate the snap.
Doug, I'm telling you, that was one of the best hot dogs we could possibly give you. Everyone here that eats hot dogs on a normal basis, we all thought it was a fantastic dog.
So the regular people.
Yes.
Yeah, exactly. We're gushing over it.
Oh, that's cool, man. That's cool.
What are you gonna have for dinner, Doug?
Don't know yet.
What are you gonna balance this out with later?
So I'm positive. I'm feeling very. My stomach has made some really weird noises. Gator, you claimed you heard some of them.
I thought I heard something.
But
I've heard your stomach make noises before.
I was reasonably confident there would be no reversal, and what are we, 2.5 hours later? I'm feeling
Strong to fight strong.
I'm feeling steadfast in that belief. So 248-539-9797. A scout with another team said our guy in Detroit is, quote, effing awesome.
Wow.
We'll get to who he's talking about.
That's a scouting report?
That is a scouting report.
I like that scouting report.
We'll get to that today at 1:30 here on 97.1 The Ticket. Okay, Gator. It's going to be a little quiz for you, and actually maybe Kang, too.
I've already, what do you mean quiz? We went to the Hamptons thing.
And you had the greatest answer ever.
I feel terrible to that answer. I'm almost positive I know somebody that's probably been there.
So we were talking about the scouts who evaluate in the ESPN list. They talk to coaches, scouts, and executives.
Yeah.
And have them rank each position, players at each position. And then they give the anonymous evaluation of players, including on other teams. We have done running backs, defensive tackles, and edge rushers, right?
Okay.
We've done those on the air. We haven't done any others. Am I correct?
I don't think so.
Okay. The position they did today, our guy got described as effing awesome. What position do you think it was? So we've already done running backs. So we know it's not Jahmyr Gibbs or David Montgomery. We've done defensive tackles, so it's not Ali McNeil or DJ Reader. We've done edge rushers, so it's not Aiden Hutchinson. So what position do you think it's most likely that a scout, an exec, or a coach for another team, when asked about him, the quote was, "He's effing awesome"? Do you want more?
I think I got it, but go ahead.
Everything looks super easy and natural to him.
Yep. Well, it could be one of two, but I'm going to go with offensive tackle.
Okay. Kang?
I agree. I mean, that's my guy. And I don't know any player, scout, fan that doesn't love Penei Sewell.
Here's more. Plays the game the right way. Snap in and snap out. Strong for his size and so instinctive.
Well, say strong for his size. That makes me feel like it's a wide receiver, and they're talking about Amon-Ra.
I'm going to stick with Penei Sewell.
But, yeah.
I mean, he's not small.
He's not.
But, I mean, he's not Trent Williams either, so I'm going to go with Penei still.
You want more? Great feet. Great in the red zone.
I'm going to get off of Penei Sewell. I'm going to go to Jahmyr Gibbs.
I'm sorry. Well, we
already did running back. We already did.
Have they done tight ends yet?
I have not done tight ends yet.
So it's I'm going to go tight end.
Yeah, you got to go with someone else. You know, I'm going to go with St. Brown.
All right. Today's position is tight ends.
There you go. Good job, Gator.
Thank you.
The number one tight end, according to coaches, scouts, and execs in the NFL, is Travis Kelce. Number 2 is George Kittle.
It's your guy. You said the most recent episode, you like, damn it. He's actually really
No, I didn't say. All I said was he did something that seemed more authentic. I certainly did not say he's actually really cool. But he had a good interaction with an Army vet.
All right, 8-5. I got you.
Number 3, Mark Andrews. Number 4, Sam Laporta. Number 5, TJ Hawkinson. Number 6, David Njoku. Number 7, Dallas Goedert.
Number 8, Brandon Pettigrew.
Number 8, Dalton Kincaid. Number 9, Evan Ingram. And number 10, Dalton Schultz.
2 Daltons.
2 Daltons. But high praise indeed and a lofty ranking for Sam Laporta. Here's what was written in its entirety. The Lions have spent the first 3 round picks. The Lions have spent 3 first-round picks on the tight end position since 2009. Brandon Pettigrew, Eric Ebron, and TJ Hawkinson. But it's a second-round pick who's poised to become the franchise's best selection of the position group. Laporta exploded onto the scene with 86 catches, the most ever for a rookie tight end, for 889 yards and 10 touchdowns. Quote, "He's effing awesome," a veteran NFC scout said. Everything looks super easy and natural to him. Great feet, great in the red zone, strains every play, whether blocking or running routes. Plays the game the right way, snap in, snap out, strong for his size and so instinctive. I got to tell you, this could be the exact scouting report of Amon-Ra St. Brown. He's effing awesome. Everything looks super easy and natural to him. Great feet, great in the red zone, strains every play, whether blocking or running routes, plays the game the right way, snap in, snap out, strong for his size and so instinctive. So high praise indeed to have Laporta. And I don't know why, but I feel like that's a W when you have Laporta ahead of TJ Hawkinson.
Well, because it is a W. Mm-hmm. They moved on from one and used a draft pick for the other. And, is he good? I mean, rookie season, just hit the ground running. There is no, warming up period or wait for him to feel comfortable. No, he was, from moment one, he was a guy.
I find myself in getting ready for training camp, going back and watching portions of games I still have on the old DVR.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. And, I keep having that thought. God, Sam Laporta was good. He's so good and right away. And fortunately, because I was in the TJ Hawkinson camp, Sam Laporta had the kind of rookie season that I needed TJ Hawkinson to have. And I did not get.
Laporta is just so dependable. And so early in his career that Jared Goff, trust is a big thing with quarterbacks and receivers, right? And Jared Goff trusts him from an early point in Laporta's career, of course, that he's going to be where he needs to be, and he's dependable. He catches the ball, blocks the right guy. It's so key to have. And he is, Yeah, it is kind of a small W that he's ranked higher than Hawkinson, but he's definitely cheaper than Hawkinson.
Yep.
Right now, at least.
And look, when you're talking about, I mean, it's a W. The real W is an example of that. That's Brad Holmes, right? I mean, he's the guy that basically moved on from a very good player to upgrade the position using less of a resource and paying him less.
And that's with tight end. I mean, you could say the same thing about a quarterback.
Yeah.
With what he's done with
trading in expensive chips for better, less expensive chips.
Yeah. It's Brad Holmes is elite. I don't throw the word around there that often, as you know.
Yep.
He is elite when it comes to the draft and building a team. He is absolutely elite. What they have reaped in the 3 drafts, and now we got a 4th draft, we can't wait to see. It's surprising that the comfort level that I have as a fan in an executive with one of our teams, like, he's got this, right?
Mm-hmm.
I've never felt this comfortable with and this confident in any of the GMs in the past. Maybe, I guess, technically, for a while there, it was Ken Holland when he was working with Scotty Bowman. You know, those guys got together, but it was non-salary cap world, and they just knew what they were doing. But not necessarily with the drafts all the time. What Brad Holmes has done every draft so far, you're like, yep, you got it. Whatever you want to do, Brad. Mm-hmm. Whatever you want to do. Other guys have had close runs. Dave Dombrowski had a run there. But it's without question Brad Holmes.
Gator, I want you to do me a favor, and Kang, maybe you too.
Okay.
Have you looked at your work email in the last half an hour?
I have not.
Kang, have you looked at your work email in the last half an hour?
Yeah.
Have you noticed anything?
Oh, my God. What the hell is going on?
No.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18 emails I have from the same person.
I saw a couple of these earlier, and I just, blew them off.
I did too, because it was an invitation to a training session, which was going to take place when we're on the air.
Right.
But these are multiple invitations and then multiple updated invitations. And I have 18 of them in the last half hour from the same guy.
A bit much, Chris.
I didn't get invited. You guys must need to be trained for something.
We must need to be trained.
There's some training.
I am seeing air staff. Oh, God. Most of these, I guess they aren't all for when we're on the air. Is this like a Zoom call we got to do? Anyway, we're getting a lot of invites to a lot of training sessions. Awesome. Feedback coming in on the Hamptons. We asked the question earlier, do you know anything or anyone who has ever been to the Hamptons? And that's what led to Gator's response. I think I know someone who's probably maybe been there. Jeff in San Diego says, the only person I know that has been to the Hamptons is my grandmother-in-law, who frequently bragged about growing up there. I learned later that she grew up there because her mother was a servant. Oh, God. Tony in Metamora, my wife watches a show about people in the Hamptons. They are the worst people. Okay, so we have kind of established here on the show that we think the worst people are the Real Housewives of fill in whatever. I tend to think it's the Jersey, but it might be Orange County. Have they done a Real Housewives of the Hamptons?
I don't know. I haven't watched the show in a long time. Any of those. I saw an ad for one that came out the other day for Orange County, and I think I still recognize maybe 2 of the people on there.
They still have some of the same people?
Yeah.
Good Lord. That's hard to believe.
Well, their face hasn't moved since the first time you watched it, Doug.
Quite possible.
Same expressions on their face, Gator?
Very, very similar.
They look a little surprised.
All right. Tamara, is that you? Just nod. I know you can't blink, but nod.
Flare a nostril or
Right.
something. Give me something.
Yeah, way back when that show first came out, Gator and I were watching Real Housewives of Orange County.
Dude.
I know.
But the Hamptons sounds like it's, based on what you see on TV and stuff, it looks like it's the most pretentious place ever.
I mean, if we're going to go all like total stereotype.
Oh, you could stereotype the hell
But
out
I'm
of it.
stereotyping something I literally knew nothing about until we brought it up today. I couldn't have pointed it out on the map where the Hamptons were. I had no idea. At least you knew they were, or you thought they were off Long Island, I think. Was
Yeah,
your exact
they
word.
are. I could point to them, but that's about as much as I could do definitively.
248-539-9797. All right. This could be the best one to be at all year tonight at Comerica Park. Did you specifically buy tickets? Anyone out there said, I've got to go to Ohtani versus Skubal? Anyone? Text, call 248-539-9797. Did this matchup tonight motivate you to go to tonight's Tiger game? Ohtani for the Dodgers, Skubal for the Tigers. 97.1 the ticket. Two 248-539-9797.
You feel good for the drive home?
Ish, yeah. I mean, I don't feel like there's a pending reversal.
No, I'm not worried about that.
There was a bit of a sprint to the bathroom earlier. But
and I said, don't
good.
blame that on the dog.
Whether it was a dog or not, I'm not really concerned. This was the nicest thing you've done for me in a long time. Gator brought this is, the Better Made Red Hot Barbecue
So good.
potato chips. I tend to find these to be rather spicy. In the middle of eating the first hot dog I've eaten in 35 years, which was a product of me losing a bet to you about the Nathan's hot dog eating contest, I had to eat a hot dog live on the air. I did so at 11 a.m. It was, for me, it was terrible, but I get it. Everybody thinks I'm a wuss, and that's fine. But in the middle of all that, I started you gave me this bag of chips to help, and I started eating the chips after every bite. I didn't find them hot at all. I found them to be, it was a strong enough flavor that sort of eliminated the flavor of the dog. But as I thought and suspected, it was the texture that I struggled with. But I made it through, my friend. Made it through.
I'm very proud of you.
Adam Schefter just tweeted out another Omaha production and NFL Films hit. Receiver is now the #1 show on Netflix, just like Quarterback was last summer. So quality of the show, they're not ruining it, but it's power of the NFL. NFL goes to Netflix and kicks ass there, too. Let's get back to your phone calls. We got a Keith in Dearborn Heights here on 97.1 A Ticket. Hi, Keith.
Hey, what's going on, man? Hey, my kid, he's 8. He's a huge Shohei fan, but he loves the Tigers. We sit and we watch the game, and it's as bad as, I'm not going to sit here and lie, as bad as they've been this year. It's been kind of insightful for the kid because he sees what not to do. He sees a professional team making little league mistakes. It's easier for me to point it out to him. So I wasn't able to get tickets to tonight's game. I was able to settle for Sunday's game, and I saw that Kenta Maeda was supposed to be the starter. So yesterday's news was probably the best thing to happen to me this whole week. In hopes that, I might not see him on the bump right away because
I think it's going to, they're saying it could be a bullpen outing, so you may see him
So your kid's going to get to see Ohtani on Sunday.
Hope, right. I really hope it's not who is supposed to start, We'll see what happens. And it's cool. I collect cards, and I've got a Topps Home Run Challenge card. So I picked Freddie to blast one. Not really hoping for it, but I'd like to get a card out of it. So, hey, I appreciate the call, guys.
Wait, what's that? I'm sorry.
What's
this? What's this Topps Home Run card? What is that?
So maybe Kang knows something about it, but I collect baseball cards, and in some packs you can get it's a 2024 Home Run Challenge card. On the back of it, you have a little scratch code, and you go to Topps.com/promotions, and you type in that code, and you go in there and you pick a day for that player to hit a home run. You can also double down if it's further than like 415 feet, you get like a better card. So if he hits a home run tomorrow, then I'll get a card sent to me within the next couple months.
Oh, that's kind of cool. Kang, have you heard of this?
Yeah, it's called, just like you said, the Topps Home Run Challenge.
That's
and
cool.
You just go to Topps.com. You can find out all the details. But, yeah, you can win more cards.
Today's Tiger Preview is presented by T-Mobile. Switch to T-Mobile, and you can get tons of benefits and still save on every plan versus AT&T and Verizon. Use their savings calculator to find out how at T-Mobile.com/switch. Brad is next on 97.1 A Ticket. Hi, Brad.
Hey, fellas. What's going on?
How you doing, sir?
Good. So I bought 5 tickets to this game right when daily tickets went on sale because I have Ohtani as a keeper on my fantasy team since he came to the league. Now, the way it's played out is it's my 2 teenage twin daughters and their 2 teenage girlfriends. And Brenna has to work till 4:30, and she's stressing me out because Scooble's pitching, and I don't want to be late now. Everything was carefree, and I was going to be, oh, no big deal, everyone, we'll just go. And then a couple nights ago, I realized, Scooble pitched Sunday. He's pitching tonight. It's just one of those things. Wish me luck, boys. I hope I can enjoy it.
How far is the drive?
Not far. I live in Dearborn, and I'm actually right close to 94, so it's not a big drive, but Brenna works in Plymouth. So
you're looking at a 6:40
in the store she's working at.
6:40 start time. I mean, you should be okay. But if she runs into any traffic, and quite frankly, driving around Metro Detroit right now is like driving around Los Angeles. It is so
awful.
bad.
I work in Plymouth myself and took the day off just to be, all prepped and ready for the game. But now a 14-year-old working is going to hold up the show. So it's pretty hilarious.
Damn it, Brenna.
Let's talk to Brenna's boss. Let's go.
248-539-9797. From Alan, I bought tickets 2.5 months ago and a parking pass mainly for Ohtani because my girlfriend is also a Dodgers fan. Saw him last year in a doubleheader when he threw a shutout game 1 and hit 2 homers in game 2. Well, he hasn't pitched this year, but he's still Shohei Ohtani.
He's still getting it done as a hitter. Yeah, that's just it. He's good.
My son and brother are going tomorrow because it's Negro League weekend. Ohtani is a bonus. We forgot he was on the Dodgers. Larry and Wayne here. Yep, got tickets last night. First game of the year for me. Used to go to 20 a year. Let's get back into the playoffs. Woohoo, go Tigers. Time for some cold beers and home runs and strikeouts. # winning streak, let's go.
We have a 1-game winning streak.
From an unnamed texter, after watching him pitch against Cincinnati on Sunday, I immediately ordered tickets. I'm headed right now to the game. I've got my Ohtani jersey on as well. Interesting. Wearing an Ohtani jersey, bought tickets to see Scooble. Do you have a Scooble jersey? Josh in Ann Arbor says, I hope Ohtani hits a bomb off Scooble. The only interest I would have in attending the game is to be able to watch one decent baseball team take the field.
Yeah, I hope the Tigers skunk him. I love Shohei Ohtani. I hope he goes 0 for 4 with 4 strikeouts.
So I'm sensing this Josh here is mad at the team and probably the owner, and so he wants them to look bad.
That's
yet, one of the few things we have potentially moving forward, you want him to fail.
Yeah. Nope.
Next text. My son just happened to buy me tickets, or tickets for me and him, I should say, for this game tonight. But he bought them a couple weeks back, not even knowing who was going to pitch. So we are really excited. That's from Matt in South Lyon. Yeah, this is kind of a marquee game and a great chance for fans to see what could be special. Ohtani versus Scooble tonight, Comerica Park. Jeff Rieger's made his way in studio. Hello, Jeff.
Nothing can top what Ohtani did. Was it last year?
Do we ever? Is his mic on? Sorry.
How you guys doing?
There you go.
Hey.
Right, yeah.
Nothing could top what Ohtani did. Was it last year? Remember, doubleheader, pitch 1 game, 1 hitter.
Yep.
The second game, he hits 2 bombs.
Yep.
That was pretty sweet.
Yep.
Doug, how you feeling?
I'm okay. Little sketch, but I'm okay. I survived the hot dog. Rico joins us as well. Hello, Rico. Not yet. And I'm feeling like I've gotten through the worst of it at this point. We'll see. No,
he kept saying, "Why am I eating this?"
How long did it take?
He did it. It was a segment.
Yeah,
it took it down. I think we were like 6 bites total.
Yep, it was not
great hot dog, man.
Yeah,
one of the best I've ever had, and I'm not joking about that. I'm not rubbing it and then trying to make a bit out of this. It was so good.
I mean, did you come close to puking?
I had some gag reflex. Gator warned me about he said
I wasn't
it's
warning. It was part of the greatness of the natural casing hot dog.
The snap?
The snap.
Yeah, I did not like the snap.
People are saying Doug had trouble with the snap.
People are clever.
Yes.
So what do
you find it problematic that a lot of people were rooting for you to vomit? Like,
no,
I gotta be honest, I kind of was too.
It's one of the reasons why we did it relatively early in the show, in case there was a vomit. We figured if there's going to be a
great
payoff
for ratings.
If there was going to be a payoff for the audience, they didn't want me vomiting on the drive home. That's no fun.
Yeah, what fun is that?
Vomiting anywhere isn't fun, but if we're going to do it, let's do it on the air.
Yeah,
let's do it live.
Come on, right?
Let's do it live.
Save your interior.
Yeah. So what do you guys got planned coming up next?
Well, we are going to talk about, obviously, Tuesday is the pre-release for the new college football game. Rico has a great question about, are people really going to have to, 40-year-old men, are you really going to have time to play this thing? What are you going to do? What responsibilities are you shirking on? So,
it's a great question because I've given this some thought. How many years has it been in between here? Is it 10?
10.
It's a decade?
Yeah. Whole generation.
People change over the course of a decade. There are people that were probably in prime gaming time of their lives that 10 years later might be married with kids, have a career going on.
They'd be playing at 3 a.m.
Yeah.
Yep. Dude. Costa took 2 days off just to be with his wife so she won't feel like he's playing way too much college football.
He's making the deposit into the Bank of Goodwill before he makes a huge withdrawal?
He doesn't even have kids. He just has kittens. But, like, he took 2 days off Thursday and Friday so he can play all next week. It's going to be nothing but work and college football.
That's really funny.
That's an interesting strategy.
Well, he's a man without, like you said, without kids.
Yeah.
He's got time. He's got time. So. I think there's going to be, my question is there going to be a core of people that are really excited, that remember it as the greatest thing ever, and then find that they will have changed so much that they get back and start playing the game and the thrill is gone.
It's kind of like that great TV show that you go back and watch and you realize it sucks now.
Yeah.
Doesn't hold up.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
By the way, Gator, you missed it. Doug just had what I think that was. What was that? Like a hot dog belch right there? I saw that. You looked very uncomfortable. Huh? Yeah. Listen, I thought we were about to see something right before the show ended.
A hot dog belch is not good for anybody. Yeah.
It's probably worse for me than most.
Yeah, probably.
All right, Jeff Rieger, Rico Beard on deck. Have a great weekend, everybody. Stay safe and treat each other with respect.
Brought to you by the Michigan Lottery. Former Tiger Willie Castro is heading to the Midsummer Classic. Castro replaces Jose Altuve, who bowed out after getting hit in the hand. Castro was not offered a contract in 23 by Detroit. He signed a minor league deal with the Twins last year and has been there ever since. This year he's hitting .268 with 10 steals and a decent amount of extra base hits as well. After Paul Skeens was named the NL starting pitcher for the All-Star Game, ESPN baseball writer Jeff Passan shared some thoughts on Tarek Skubal in response to an ex-user chirping him to talk about Skubal. He replied with, "Okay, Tarek Skubal has been the best pitcher in baseball this season. He's the favorite to win the AL Cy Young, which I picked him to do before the season. And he talked about him being traded is silly, and if he's available, he should absolutely start the All-Star game for the AL, end quote. Colt Keith continues to be on a tear at the plate. He was asked yesterday about his patience when Guardians pitching was kind of throwing around him. He was right. That was the only time he walked twice in a game this year. The Dodgers in town tonight. Hear the game right here on 97.1 The Ticket. Pregame at 6:15. At the Corwell House Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Oh, baby, prime the pump. That's right. Mike back on Monday. Other than Mike, the whole crew's here. Rico, Kenny, David. Hi, guys.
What's going on, Rieger?
Rico, it's good to see you, my friend. It's a Friday. There's a massive ball game down at Comerica Park. I mean, huge. It could have been even bigger, believe it or not. Tyler Glasnow was supposed to pitch. He has since been scratched, but it's Scooble. It's the Dodgers. They just got swept. They're 3-7 in their last 10. Tigers going for respectability. It kind of feels like a big weekend.
Yeah, Shohei is in town, and yeah, we're going to talk about this a little bit later on. Is he that driving force to get you to go down to the ballpark?
Yeah, and how many guys like Shohei are left? Like, we'll get into it at 3 o'clock. But I kind of feel the list is dwindling. It really is. It used to be a ton of dudes that you would pay just to go watch them. And I kind of feel, with the exception of 2 to 3, and that's where you come in, if you can name more, the list is not as big as it used to be. So we'll get into that at 3 o'clock. Every time I get to fill in on the show, very excited. We get to play Who Said It. I kick ass at that game. I do.
Yeah.